We're going to start a session today named Science for Product, and that we're going to be, like Pacheco said yesterday, an user-inspired instead of a curiosity-driven session. And we are very proud to have you four here. You represent, after a very tough selection, our best PP entrepreneurships. In fact, we finance research inside your companies, as you know, not the companies themselves. We are an agency that finances research. And the idea is to listen from your research, how did you add value to your products and to your company. And to start, I am very pleased to introduce you to Marcos Tadeu dos Santos. Please, Marcos. He's the founder of the Onkos Molecular Diagnosis, holds a PhD in Human Genetics by UNIFESP, and other credentials. Please.
Buenos días a todos. Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. So thank you very much for FAPESP and for University Complutense of Madrid for the opportunity to be here to present our company, which is called Onkos. We are a molecular diagnostic startup, and my name is Marcos, so very nice to meet you. As Paulo said, I'm a scientist by background. I'm also a visiting researcher in the two main cancer hospitals in Brazil and the founder of the company. So what do? We are a clinical lab, so we produce diagnostics, but we develop our own proprietary molecular diagnostics. That's why we are called a deep tech. We are a science-based company, specifically in the field of the oncology. Basically, we merge molecular biology with artificial intelligence. The company was founded by me in 2015. We have currently a team of 41. We are a bootstrapped company backed by some FAPESP grants in a 600 square meters building dedicated with clients currently in more than 30 countries. But today I would like to talk with you about thyroid nodules, which is a very big healthcare problem that no one is very aware about it. Up to 80% of the population has a thyroid nodule. And I love when I bring this information because I just see everybody just put in the hand here. Yeah, it's a very prevalent disease. Don't do the ultrasound, you will find one. But the good news is that most of them are benign, no problem for the patients, just a follow-up up to 70% of the cases. You have 3 to 7% of the cases that are cancers. So you just, the first line treatment is the surgery, you remove the thyroid, and you have 80% of the patients cured. The big problem are what we call indeterminates. Those patients, we don't know if they have benign or malignant nodules. So usually what we do, we remove also the thyroid from those patients, the diagnostic surgery. But just 20% of those patients will benefit from that surgery. 80% of those surgeries reveals benign nodules. So I'm letting you know that this big 80% of thyroid surgeries currently are unnecessary. And when we remove a thyroid from a patient, we create a chronic patient for the health system. This patient will need at least hormone replacement for the rest of the life. The quality of the life will go down a lot. Just to give you some data here, just in Spain we expect 14,000 unnecessary thyroid surgeries per year. In Europe we were talking about more than 200,000 unnecessary surgeries. It's a very big problem. When we look to international guidelines, what do they say to help us? So the European guideline, the American one, the international guidelines, all of they say do molecular testing. But I would like to call your attention here, when we look to the European guidelines, it's very interesting because it said do molecular testing if available. There is no molecular test available here in Europe, and that's the reason why we're here. So just to let you know, how can we classify those patients? How can we solve that problem? So we identified a panel of 11 microRNAs, those small molecules. Maybe you have heard 1 month ago they win the Nobel Prize to the ones who describe the microRNAs. So basically, we identified that they produce two different genetic signatures. The benign nodus has one organization and quantities of those microRNAs that are very specific, and the same microRNAs produce another pattern of expression, another profile. So that's the way we merge molecular biology and artificial intelligence, but basically we are doing science, right? So as a science company, we have also strong scientific evidence published in very high impact journals. We have clinical studies published in the Thyroid Journal, we have studies published in the Lancet Discovery Journal. So we are producing evidence to convince the physicians to do the test. In this real world study, for example, we reduce up to 75% of unnecessary surgeries in Brazil. So currently we have more than 6,000 patients tested. We have more than 3,000 thyroids saved around the world, and a lot of money saved for the healthcare system. So this is a truly impact, not only for the patients, but also and mainly for the healthcare system. So we are here for looking for hospitals, clinics, and labs that are interested in using our test. Research groups who want to help us on doing local validations is a very important thing for us, and also for R&D grants and potential local investors to, in the end, to save Spanish thyroids and I hope a lot of money. So thank you very much for your attention. Here are all my contacts. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcos. Thank you. And without further. Let's ask. The questions will be answered in the end of the session. So please take notes of them. Will be Luis Henrique Guilherme from ACW. He holds a PhD in Material Science and Engineering, and he is the founder of ACW.
O laser point, como que ele funciona aqui? Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you all. My name is Luis Henrique. I'm the technical director of Group ACW, and today I'm going to show you my presentation entitled as High Performance Surface to Tank and Pipelines of Pharmaceutical and Food Grade Industries. So, ACW is a material science and engineering company. We are specialized in stainless steel facilities for bioprocessing operation, such as tanks and pipelines that works in contact with life science and food grade products. And we deliver our service mainly as chemical passivation treatments and electropolishing. But first, let's put everyone on the same page when I talk about life science and food grade product. The medicine you take, the cosmetic you consume, if you enjoy a Madrid beer, any kind of juice, milk, dairy and related products, food and ingredients, drinks, as simple as a mineral water. All of these products are classified as life science and food grade products. And when you think about how the industry are manufacturing this product, probably you think about stainless steel tanks and pipelines with a very smooth and clean surface, like you can see in these pictures. However, these industries, and I mean top of the range and the multinational industries, they are struggling to handle with some problems related to localized corrosion, rugen contamination, and biofilm adhesion. You can see in the first group of pictures an inner surface of a tank with a rugen contamination and localized corrosion. And the second group of pictures, you can see an inner surface of a tank as well, with where these white stains are related to biofilm adhesion, that's evolution to fungus and caused a localized corrosion on the tank plates. And the only way the industry can handle with this is about a corrective maintenance. So the failure happens, then the industry can take some actions. And this happens because there is a gap of technology. I mean, there is no technology able to measure the passivation properties of this stainless steel surface. And with this in mind, the ACW developed two science-based solutions. supported by FAPESP. The first one, the passivity scan, that's equipment able to qualify surface for bioprocess operation. It's a customized portable electrochemical microcell, able to measure passivation properties via electrochemical techniques, so we can quantify and qualify the surface. And the system has a granted patent in Brazil. And the second solution is a surface treatment named the galvanostatic passivation treatment, and it grows a passive film and the controlled conditions where we combine a weak acid, current density, and high temperature. And with this procedure, we can reach the highest chromo level on the passive film. And an overview about ACW market and strategic plan is that ACW is based in São Paulo, Brazil, where we have been working with multinational customers, and these customers has industrial sites in South and North America and Europe. And all these brands try to apply the same technology in order to keep a corporate procedure. And consider that we have a new technology for surface qualification and surface treatment. We started a branch in North America last year, based in Canada, where we began with a collaborative research with McMaster University. So we moved to McMaster Innovation Park as an international startup, and we are running projects for the pharmaceutical industry. And we are planning a branch for Europe up to 2027, following a similar way that we started in North America. And why we are considering Spain? Because Spain has a huge pharmaceutical, food and beverage industry, and especially Madrid, a great atmosphere for startup and tech companies. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. We will ask you afterwards about the impact that you caused and how many you already sell. And next speaker will be Mário Sérgio Adolfi Júnior. That's the founder of Kidopi, and he is the co-founder and executive founder of the Kidopi, holds a PhD in medical science from the University of São Paulo, and is deeply known expertise in biomedical informatics, please.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm Mario. I come from a background in Informatica, in biomedical informatics. Also has a PhD in internal medicine, and by the work I had done in Kidopi, the company that I found, I have been elected by MIT as one of the 10 Brazilians innovators under 35, and by the UN as listed in Singapore as top 5 healthcare solutions in Brazil. We are a digital health startup that develop a powered by AI solution to navigate patients through complex treatments. We improve the patient outcome by navigating this patient using technologies that are familiar to the patients, like WhatsApp, SMS, and with a very efficient and personalized way to talk to the patient. We have already implemented in renowned institutions like Hospital do Amor, Roche, Pfizer, Albert Einstein Hospital, impacting over 4.5 million patients in scenarios like lung cancer, breast cancer, colorectal cancer navigations, and also support of patient support programs like Parkinson, like osteoporosis, like the POC, the asthma, and the solution, we can structure protocols, a cloud-based solution that can enable the institution to customize complex care journey that will make the patient adherence to the treatment, and the patient can interact with the solution through things he already know, talking to the solution, respond prompts, sprains, forms, sending text, sending image, for example, for a wound. And when something goes bad or something needs an alert, in real time, this alert, this unprocessed message are sending to the hospital, to the navigation team in the hospital that can intervene directly in the patient. We are in different clients doing these different scenarios, all in complex, like, for example, the main pharmaceuticals, the main hospitals like Albert Einstein, the main cancer centers as Hospital de Amor, AC Camargo, and international pharmaceuticals like Pfizer, Johnson, Roche. And we enable the real-world evidence, the value-based healthcare, by doing real-world evidence, increase of adherence, public and private access. How we do that? We get these problems that pharmaceutical and medical device has, use Clever Care to design an intervention design, but we go to the hospitals and navigation plans and create a customizable care plan. And with this care plan, we can interact with the patient and navigate the patient, collect the data that will have the KPIs to do the value-based healthcare. One example of that, we are working with AC Camargo and Johnson to create value-based healthcare in colorectal cancer. We structured all the navigation, pre-surgical and post-surgical discharge, navigating this patient through WhatsApp, and get a few results. First, we have a certificate maintenance of the patient at home of 99%. It was a PhD also connected to this project. With that, all the patients that we maintain home doesn't have any complications. We identify that they were correctly at home. The patients we send to the emergency room, 75% needed to be sent to the emergency room. They have a sepsis, they have a fistula, they have few things related to this colorectal surgery. And with this fast identification and send the patient to the medical room, we reduce the AC Camargo complications, surgery complications, in 67%. And with all of that, we also receive an NPS. The patient tends to enjoy talking and be cared by the WhatsApp and receive an NPS of 94%. This went through different channels, different medias, this case. And why are we here in Spain? What opportunities are we looking for? We have this solution prepared to be in Spain, to operate in Spanish and English by a support developed by FAPESP. FAPESP helped us with a grant to develop this solution to be prepared to Spanish and English now. And with this, we choose Spain because it's the fourth largest economy here in Europe and a very strategic point to expand. They have already a very good healthcare system organized and prepared to support solutions in value-based healthcare. And we seek for our expansion a collaboration to replicate here this proof of these different commercial strategies that we developed in Brazil, and different opportunities to integrate and create these connections. I'll be here for any questions. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to have a tool to implement the value-based healthcare is a very, very valuable tool. We know that the concept is important, but we need that too. And now we're going to ask Samarone Guimarães, that's the founder and CEO of Tech Plus. He holds an electrical engineer at Unicamp and an MBA at FGV.
Hello, everyone. It's okay? Good morning. Hello, everyone. My name is Samarone. I'm the CEO and founder of Tech Plus. Today, I'm going to address the iMachine solution. It's an intelligent predictive maintenance solution. And first, I would like to thank FAPESP and Complutense University of being here. So we are very honored in representing the company here. And our main goals here is to establish partnerships and understand a little bit more the European markets. Okay. Tech Plus is an indie tech company that provides advanced solutions for shop floor industries, and we provide from consulting services to complete end-to-end solutions. One of the solutions address one of the biggest challenges of industries nowadays, the cost maintenance costs. The impact of unplanned downtime on manufacturers is very huge, not only in money costs, but also in accidents and quality too. The cost of unplanned downtime is almost $1 trillion for the global 500 companies in 1 year. And AI-based predictive maintenance can enable up to 20% reduction in operation costs. So what we provide is a predictive maintenance solutions, intelligent, automated, and online, that know when an asset will need maintenance and with no need for specialists or manual collections. The advanced analytic solutions is based in cloud and provides predictions on data captured by vibration and temperature sensors, and uses artificial intelligence algorithms and observe operating patterns of engines and rotating machines. The system is able to predict the time that the machine will potentially break down. The installation is very simple, with no change to electrical or mechanical parts of machine. We just install this small wireless sensor in the motor, in the machine, and then the signal and the information is sent to the cloud, where the algorithms process the information and make the prediction. So we have an intuitive dashboard for easy viewing and secure access. For example, this dashboard here is easy viewing. We can see the whole plant status in one screen, where you can see the machine information, which machine is degrading in alerts. You can see the status of each area. As you drill down, you have more information, more detailed information of the machines. For example, here we have the health indicator and the historical health trends graphics and possible failure diagnosis. You have more detailed information as you drill down. You have many kind of graphics that you can assert to have a more assertive solution. And the success case that I'm going to show here is a food plant in Brazil that start making the solution with a proof of concept with 10 equipments, and now we're going to roll out the solution for more equipments. Then we can see the online platform here, seeing 4 areas. We start with 4 areas and 20 machines being monitored. Here we can compare most of the informations. And here we found a possible problem in the compressor, and then we sent an alert to the maintenance people, and who confirmed the problem and repaired the machine before the failure occurred. So that's the main goal of this kind of solution. You can discover a potential failure months before it occurs, and the main gain is to avoid unnecessary maintenance and unplanned downtime of equipment or production. The return of investment in this kind of solution is very fast. Actually, around 3 or 4 months, the manager in the plant is already paid for the solution. So, for conclusion, this plant was completely manual monitoring before we implant the system, and after that, it's completely online with IoT sensors. We are now rolling out the solution for the whole plant, and our slogan is, the machines run the world, keep them running. Thank you very much, and I'll be here for another question.
Thank you very much. I want you to take a seat here very fast. We will have time for 2 or 3 questions. Mario, come by. Marco, please take a seat. And I'll open the floor for questions if you have some. Yeah. Niels have a question.
Okay, so congratulations to all of you. Very nice ideas that comes to the market. My question can be answered by all of you. How do you deal with some cybersecurity, some patient data security in your apps and things like, for the first 2 at least?
We get this and put at our main differential. We came from a background in being specialized in solutions for biomedical informatics. So we are all HIPAA compliance, all LGPD compliant, and that to many can be a challenge to us, it's a barrier. We deal with this data with a lot of care. All the data, for example, is anonymized in the database. The data, the transmission, now cryptographed. No data is deleted. They are kept, and all the different things that need to be done. And it's a very good investment to work in that, because it helps us get access to the pharmaceutical industry and the different parts. So we take good care, and that's a good business.
Yeah. So specifically for in Brazil, the law, the LGPD, which is just a copy of the European one, the GDPR, you have different levels where you need different caution levels. So health is the top one, is the 9th one. So we have a very high regulatory environment around that. So it's must have to have any data. So just as Mario said, you need different ways on how we keep that. And I think the way we show is that the type of clients that we have, very big companies in Brazil, they are very aware about that. So it's, in fact, it's not a big problem. It's easy to solve.
Yeah, I guess it's the main question, because all of them are data companies, right? They're not really device companies, and the real value is probably there. Another question?
Here.
Pacheco.
Well, very good presentation, all of you. A question is, you can do business in Europe, in Spain, with many ways. We could search for big companies, a lot of things. But the easy way to do this at this moment is to do investigation, R&D in Spain or in Brazil. Because CEDET and FAPESP can support grants for R&D, not for only the prospect the market of Europe. So do you have some plans to do research in association with Spain institutions, with Spain companies, or something like this?
Yes, we are very interested in that, because I arrived here on the 26th. I visited some hospitals to discuss with physicians. So as I saw, it's a need here in Spain and in Europe, but they want to see if the technology work on their population, right? So we need to do validation studies using our, not only the test itself, the technical part, but also the logistic. They are experienced on that. So we pretty much need that, and especially here in Europe, they will start a very high regulatory environment by 2029 that we really need that data to be here. So it's a mandatory thing for us.
Yeah. To us, the strategy is kind of the same. We see the validating our results in this population being a key strategy to get inside this market. We use this opportunity to be here to strike a relation with a few companies here in Spain to use grants to try to replicate the main cases that we have mainly in oncological field, to try to address to compare the same results that in surgical discharge and different oncological navigations here, and see how the population will deal with that, how they will be adherent to the treatment, how they will answer the solution, and see if this intervention can lead to the same results, and then this be our main strategy to then expand this market.
Thank you very much. I guess implementation. Go ahead. You want to answer also? Go ahead.
Just complement, it's part of our plans too. Okay, we have already contacted some companies here that, two companies in specifically, they want to make some partnership with us, and then they can provide a special kind of sensors to improve our solution. So we are talking, and I don't know if it's going to be really a contract, but we are trying to address this kind of partnership too.
Yeah, to co-develop real-world evidence, implementation of the solution. I think they're all part of research that we are able to do here, and go ahead and make this visit fruitful. Thank you very much for the four of you, and I'll give.
Yes,
you have a question?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
just a comment.
A quick one.
Because I put too much pressure on them. Just
Go
to say,
you
just
can
to
do
say that you all did quite well as the other group in Italy. Okay, congratulations and thank you.
much better than them. Yeah. And I'll give the floor to the next session, that will be the Social Science and Humanities, chaired by José Manuel Lozada.
You'll be the first one, okay? Must be different, yes. So I use this? Yes.
Good morning. We are about to begin a new session of the FAPESP Week, an event of meetings aimed at fostering the relationship between Brazil, with special emphasis on Sao Paulo, and other countries of Latin America, Mexico, Argentina, Uruguay, and other countries of Europe, namely Spain now. Yesterday, there were held some sessions devoted to the technological and empirical sciences. Today, we are going to turn our attention to the social sciences and humanities. And fortunately enough, we have here three leading experts on their fields, all of them related with Brazil and Spain, as we will see immediately, because we are here with Professor Isabel Duran from the Complutense University, Professor José Manuel Santos from the Salamanca University, and Margarita Salas Fellow Almudena Muñoz, working also at the Complutense University and Brazil. Okay, that's it. Okay, so let's start with Professor Isabel Duran. Isabel Duran has a long career. She has done everything you can imagine in the university. Yes, because she has been not only the director of the English Studies Department and the vice dean for students at the faculty or the School of Languages, and the vice president for international affairs at this university. In the academic career, she is a high one of the highest experts on gender studies and ethnicity, as well as by autobiography. For instance, she has directed an 8-volume collection on gender studies. As elected member of the General Council of the Spanish Association for American Studies. And on top of that, she's my boss. Because she actually serves as Dean of the School of Languages. Today, Isabel is going to speak about a very successful case, the UIU, between a transatlantic challenge between Brazil and Spain. Please, Isabel, thank you.
Thank you, Jose Manuel. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for that generous presentation. I want to begin by thanking Raúl Machado for asking me to be here today, for giving a space to the humanities and the social sciences, because most of the research tends always to be on bioscience, experimental science, and so on and so forth. And, you know, some people do not believe that we, people in the humanities, also do research. So I'm very grateful for this little space given to the humanities and the social sciences. I also want to thank Professor Lucía Ferrer, the Vice Rector for your research, for trusting me with this part of this FAPESP week. And my successor as Vice President or Vice Rector for International Affairs, Tadeu Cristobal, for giving me some data that I'm going to use in my presentation today. So I'm going to do a presentation of a success case, best practices, Unión Iberoamericana de Universidades, which Lucía mentioned yesterday in her inauguration of this session. It has been, from my perspective, one of the most successful cases of transatlantic collaboration between some Latin American countries and Spain. So this UIU, because of its Unión Iberoamericana de Universidades in Spanish, was founded in 2016 when both Raúl and I were vice rectors for international affairs. He in Sao Paulo University, USP, and I was the vice rector here. It's an alliance made up of the Complutense University, University of Barcelona, UNAM, National University of Mexico, University of Buenos Aires, UBA, and the University of Sao Paulo. And the funding, to begin with, was provided by Banco Santander. Research cannot be carried out without funding. So FAPESP is a good founder of research, and back then it was the Banco of Santander. But it only lasted, this dream only lasted for 2 years. So the 5 universities have some points in common. We are all public research-intensive institutions that prioritize quality and contribution to the advancement of knowledge. We are committed to progress and social welfare and to the development of Ibero-American societies. We all cover a broad spectrum of areas or branches of knowledge. We all offer all academic levels, BA, MA, and doctoral teaching and training. Together, we gather more than 1 million students, and we are all very prestigious universities in our respective systems. So the objective of the UIU, when it was founded in 2016, was to be a think tank of high scientific quality, an international benchmark that will benefit the recognition of its scientists, professors, students, as well as the development of Ibero-American culture in the world. In this picture, you have the 5 rectors then, and the CEO of Santander, in this joint session of the inauguration. Okay, so something very important, to make an alliance work, to make a union of universities work, I think it's very, very important to have personal contact, okay? okay, you know, the pandemic taught us that virtual conferences are very good. You save a lot of money in traveling expenses, but if there is no personal contact, things do not work, or at least that's our experience. Because we, from the very beginning, the 5 vice rectors had several meetings. We got together, always using other occasions like conferences or schools, and to make expenses less important, and we became friends. And I think that is very, very important, because we brought our passion and our thrive into this project, okay? So first of all, in our first meeting, we defined the priority or strategic lines of research for the UIU, with a coordinator per university. Those 5 lines were smart cities, communicable diseases, biodiversity, heritage and museums, Spanish-Portuguese studies. So all areas were covered, you know, the sciences, the humanities, the social sciences, the experimental sciences. And secondly, we agreed on what strategic actions we would favor. So we focused on 4 main activities: conferences, and conferences always coincided with meetings of the executive committee; training for UIU graduate students, so postgraduate training. At universities, research must necessarily be linked to teaching, to training. So, you know, we couldn't just focus on research. We also had to focus on training, on teaching, right? Thirdly, collaborative research projects between the 5 universities. And fourthly, we created commissions of social and university impact. And of course, we created a website chaired by the UNAM, which it's still working. So, sadly enough, in 2019, the funding was interrupted by the Santander bank. Then the pandemic came. So there was a lapse of interruption for some years. The activity was interrupted. However, the spirit of collaboration and networking among the founding universities has always remained alive, and now it is very alive, because in 2023, my colleague Charo told me a new agreement has been signed, and new perspectives have been introduced into the working of the UIU. For example, in 2021, the Spanish Fundación Carolina financed 5 studies, 1 per university, on digitalization. And in 2023, as I say, the union was refounded with the signing of a new collaboration agreement. So today, the funding comes exclusively from the universities that make up the UIU. And as public universities, we are not very wealthy, I must say. So we need external collaboration, and here maybe FAPESP can give us a hand. Okay, so first of all, very quickly, the meetings. As I say, we met everywhere, and here's some of us together. We met at UBA, at UCM, at UNAM, at Salamanca, again coinciding with the meeting of Universidad Rectors, at UCM, and USP in November, coinciding with the School of Heritage and Museums. Secondly, and this is where I want to put my focus, we had a lot of training and research activities. First of all, joint conferences. It all started with a first international conference on macro cities at the UBA, Buenos Aires, and it was followed by 3 conferences between the UIU and the Supreme and Constitutional Courts of Ibero-America. So, you know, the law school got very much involved, and they organized 3 conferences in 2017, 2018, and the last one was in 2023, Judicial Independence and the Rule of Law. So, you know, very important people from the constitutional courts got together at one of the 5 universities, and they held their conferences. Then we had graduate schools. We did 6 graduate schools in just 3 years. You here have, each school was devoted to one of the strategic areas. So there was the first one on communicable diseases at the UBA, second one on smart cities at the Barcelona University, third on biodiversity at UNAM, fourth at the UCM here, Complutense, on heritage and museums, 5th on literature as social transformation, Spanish-Portuguese studies at USP, and the last one on new generation students, new teaching tools at UBA in October of 2019. So what are the results of these schools? Well, you know, one teacher per university got together, so 5 teachers, 25 students per school, 5 per university. So the result was that over 150 students from 5 universities did these joint courses. There was this funding for, per student, and the result is that 35 professors from the 5 universities involved in transatlantic teaching experience. And of course, from this getting together to teach, new research groups were initiated, were created. And then this is the general satisfaction, muy satisfecho, unsatisfecho, most of it. With this is the overall overview of the schools. And then the research projects. This was fascinating, you know, because we, the 5 universities, gave money. The first call was 5 minutes. The first call was with Santander money, but the second call was with university money. So each university gave, I think it was 20,000 euros per university, 20,000, 25,000 to fund these research projects. So there were 2 calls. The first call was in 2017, the 5 areas again, and the objectives were to promote international inter-university collaborations and academic research mobility. So these are the results of the first call. 50 projects, 50 research projects were submitted to get this funding. We could only fund 17, so 34%. But out of these 17, 9 were with people from the 5 universities. So the parties, the research parties, the research teams were people from 5 universities who maybe didn't know each other before, but they, you know, wrote to each other, why don't we get together for this research project, and they created a research team. So the 5 priority strategic lines, 71 research teams involved, so joint investment of approximately 300,000 euros for the mobility of researchers and to fund their publications, because there are many publications coming out of these research projects, and of course we paid for travel, accommodation, etc. And we gave priority to projects, as I say, which involved the 5 universities in the same teams. The second call, well, these are the results. You know, you can't read the titles, but we gave more or less, we selected 3 projects per strategic line, okay? And the second call was in 19, 2 years later, and here we did not favor priority lines, but we made it compulsory that all the projects presented gathered researchers from the 5 universities, which was not the case with the first call. And it was incredibly successful because 40 projects were presented, 200 research teams involved, 200 research teams. Of course, not all of them were given funding, but they all got together and presented their project. So 200,000 euros coming, as I say, from the 5 universities were giving to these teams. And then finally, we created these social and university impact commissions. We gathered 1 commissioner per university to get together and to write position papers on, or codes of good practice on gender equality and ethics in the academy. These were position papers for the academic world and, you know, experts from the 5 universities on these 2 issues, gender and ethics, got together in Madrid, and they wrote their commission papers, their position papers, and those papers are published in several publications. So what is the present and the future? My colleague Charo has told me that there is an intention of calling a a new call for a research project, which will be funded by the universities, 20,000 euros per university, and the 4 areas of interest will be urban agenda, sustainability, global health, and historical and cultural heritage. Today, during this year, the UCM rector, Joaquín Goyache, is the president of the UIU, and there was a meeting of rectors in March 6 of 2024. So it's ongoing. And there's a future challenge, which is to link the UIU with the European Union. Why? Well, to get European money, from Erasmus calls and the like, to fund the UIU. So this is the end of my presentation. The second part was to present, the conclusions are very important. The conclusions is that it's a success story. It's really a love story in many ways. The influence, the impact, and the diversity of strategies are amazing. We created an Ibero-American knowledge and research space. It was consolidated in just 3 years, and it has innumerable possibilities for expansion. I was going to present a possible line of research in the future, which is very much linked to my own research, present research on medical humanities. I am a professor of American literature, but now I have a project on the vision of illness through literature. So I created this possibility, I'm not going to give details, of maybe the study of transatlantic pathographies. Pathographies are illness narratives. Spanish-Brazilian illness narratives as fosters of social transformation. How can literature foster social transformation? I think that would be an incredible research project of people in the humanities from both countries. But I don't have time to develop this, so I'm going to stop now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Isabel Duran. Now we are going to have José Manuel Santos. José Manuel Santos is a professor of Brazil history at the University of Salamanca, and he is the director of the Brazilian Center for Studies. Also, he is a director of the research group History of Brazil at the Hispanic World. In comparative perspective, he has written at least 15 books and more than 50 articles on the relationship between Brazil and Spain, or even the Dutch Armada. I remember staying in Puerto Rico 3 weeks ago. I went to the El Moro, the fortress El Moro, and we were told about this failed attempt by the Dutch Armada to invade Puerto Rico. And so José Manuel Santos is very keen on that, on the relationship between the Dutch Empire and the Spanish Armada. And he will speak about Brazilianism in Spain, and the Centro de Estudios Brasileños of the University of Salamanca. If it works.
Sorry, we're trying. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Bom dia, buenos dias. Good morning. My first language is Spanish and my second is Portuguese. But because of Raul, I'm going to speak English today. Thank you very much for the invitation here, Raul. It's a pleasure to meet you again, and the people of FAPESP, and of course the attendants here. I'm very pleased to be here and try to resume in 15 minutes a very long history that goes back 500 years ago, because that's our long common history. It's a long common history between Spain, and Brazil, or Spain. At the time, there was no Brazil, there was no Spain. But this is our roots. We back in history to the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494. As everybody knows, Portugal and Castile divided the world in two parts, leaving a small part of American territory in the hands of Portugal when Álvarez Cabral, as you know, arrived there in 22nd of April 1500. I must talk a bit. That's my subject. That's my research line in Salamanca, and we have a very powerful research group about the period 1580-1640. Why? Because this was the period of the union of the crowns, the union of the Portuguese and Spanish crown under one single king. So Philip II, Philip III, and Philip IV became Philip I, Philip II, and Philip III of Portugal. And even if this was not a long period, it was either a short period. It was 60 years. So in a way, this is a period in which many things happened, and some of them were related to the Habsburgs in Madrid. It's funny because I go to Brazil and I have to say, yes, you were ruled from Madrid once. And this was this period of 60 years in which, just to point out something important, which we call Brazilian territory, that was not at the time it was called the State of Brazil, was divided in two territories, the state of Maranhão and the state of Brazil in 1618 under Philip II of Portugal, the third of Spain, and this division was in place until 1772. So it was really a very important period for the colonial part of history of Brazil, as we are demonstrated in our researches. Brazil is a huge country, as everybody knows. But why? Why is Brazil so big? It's not gigante pela própria natureza. It's not the natureza. It's because of two treaties between Spain and Portugal. 1750, the Treaty of Madrid, and 1777, the Treaty of San Ildefonso. That was in this moment that Spain was very worried about Rio de la Plata and Sacramento, and they were not worried at all about the west part of this very unknown territory. That more or less is the Amazon region. In these treatises, more or less, what Spain gave to Portugal was the Amazon territory. I come now from Manaus, and I am still, wow, from this Encontro das Aguas, this unbelievable place. If we go a bit farther in history, in the independence of Brazil, everybody knows that England and France had a very, very important role. But no one speaks about Spain in this process. I don't know why, because it's very obvious because the Prince João that came to Rio de Janeiro in 1808, fleeing from the French forces, he was married to a Spanish woman, Carlota Joaquina. She was not someone passive. She wanted to be, in these times when the vacuum of power in Spain because of Napoleon, she wanted to be the regent of Spain and its empire. And she was in contact with Belgrano in Buenos Aires, just to point out something very important at this moment. And there are some other lines that we can research about this. Of course, in 19th century, what we can say is that there was a huge immigration in Brazil from Portuguese, Italian, but also Spanish immigration. And today we can say that more or less 15 to 20 million Brazilians are descendants from these migrants in 19th century. And now what we have, since not 2002. Since 2003, sorry, we have this strategic alliance that was signed between the two presidents at the time, José María Aznar and Lula da Silva. It's unbelievable, but it's true. Because now with this polarization in politics, we think it's impossible that they came together. Yes, and they signed this very important alliance that is, nobody has denied it. So we are still in this situation, which is very good, and in part, we can explain it, because in these years, at the end of the 20th century, at the beginning of the 21st century, Spain was the first investor in Brazil. And today, Spain is second investor in Brazil. Spain and Brazil have developed a very important economic relationship. At the time when the important multinational enterprises from Spain, like Telefónica and Banco Santander, were arriving in Brazil, I remember very well the ambassador in Madrid, the Brazilian ambassador Carlos Garcia, was saying, "Oh, this is very dangerous, because we are developing a very strong economic relationship, but we don't have, in a way, social or political or academic relationships. So we have to do something about this." And that's why the Center for Brazilian Studies and the Fundación Cultura Hispano-Brasileira were created. They were created in the year 2001. So we are going to accomplish now 25 years in the year 2026. These two institutions were created in a way to foster, to reinforce Brazilianism in Spain. Brazilianism in Spain is very, very curious, because we can say, as Bruno Ayllón, one of the researchers of the Complutense University, and a specialist in the relationships between Brazil and Spain, he says, it's Brazilianists without Brazilianism. Why he's saying this? Because we are like islands. We are all of them are in this picture from 2005. That was the first Brazilianist encounter in Salamanca. Spanish Brazilianist in Salamanca was the first meeting we had in Salamanca in 2005. And we were, you see there, like 20 people. We are not more now. Many people were formed, many people defended thesis in Salamanca, a lot in Madrid. But again, many went to Brazil, others were traveling or trying to find a place in many different places. So we don't constitute a coherent and strong group of researchers. We, in a way, because that's also the point, many of Brazilianists are people who study specific aspects of Brazil. It's difficult to find a mathematician that is Brazilianist. I imagine that mathematics is the same in Brazil. I don't know, but maybe. So we are historians, we are philologists, we are geographer, we are economists. So in a way, we all work in an individual way. But because of the Center for Brazilian Studies and the Foundation, we were, we dared to organize in Salamanca next year, 2025, the first Congress. It's the 5th Congress, but it's the first time in Spain, ABRE, the Congress of ABRE. ABRE is Associação de Brasilianistas na Europa. So we're going to have some 300, 400 Brazilianists, I hope, because more or less this was the numbers of the last Congress in Lisbon in 2023. So you are all invited, of course. I hope to see you there. So there is no Brazilianism, there are Brazilianists, and there is the Center for Brazilian Studies. Center for Brazilian Studies, created in 2001, is in this beautiful building from 16th century, Raul already knows, and Palacio Maldonado, as we call it, or Casa Maldonado, with this beautiful plateresque facade in an emblematic square of Salamanca, the Plaza San Benito. At the beginning, there was an agreement between the University of Salamanca and the Embassy of Brazil in Spain. That was the beginning of it. And then came the Junta of Castilla y León, the government of Castilla and León, our geo-region. Salamanca depends from this government, regional government, as you know. And then we made lots of different agreements with many different institutions, above all in Brazil, of course. Many universities, many institutions, one of them, of course, FAPESP. And we are now trying to reinforce and renovate this very important agreement. The space inside, as you see, outside is a 16th century building with all of the escutcheons and figures of Plateresque, but inside is a very modern building. It was reformed. This reform was paid by the government of Castilla y León and the Fundación Cultural Hispano-Brasileira. And the Fundación Cultural Hispano-Brasileira, Hispano-Brasileña, we have a, let me tell you that about Paul, we have conferences, we have seminars and exhibitions, as you see, and we are developing little by little a small library. We have now some 6,000 books. The Fundación Cultural Hispano-Brasileira have 2 meetings per year. One is in Madrid, normally at the embassy. The other is in Salamanca. And the co-presidents are the rector of the University of Salamanca and the ambassador of Brazil in Spain. We have many different patronos, as they call it. Some of them are enterprises, others are institutions. We are now making an agreement with the Fundación Conselho España-Brasil, Fundación Conselho España-Brasil, which is located in Madrid. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Professor José Manuel Santos, for your interesting talk. And now we are passing to Almudena Muñoz Gallego, who is an associate professor and researcher at the Complutense University. Right now, she's undertaking a stay at Rio Grande do Norte do Brazil. She has recently got a PhD on the fulfillment of public services obligations on television. Now she is currently investigating the construction of the audiovisual narratives for science dissemination. Not least, but the most important thing she's speaking now today is about the association she has founded in Brazil, which is the Association of Spanish Scientists in Brazil, what she's speaking about. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Bon dia, good day, everyone. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the invitation of FAPESP. It is a pleasure to be here in this meeting. My name is Almudena Muñoz, and I would like to present our association, our project, our baby, the Association of Spanish Scientists in Brazil, but everybody knows it as AFEBRA. I am a founding member, and now also I am the communication director of the association. I have the opportunity to found this association during my postdoctorate period in Brazil. I was there for 2 years at different federal universities in Rio Grande do Norte, Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Curitiba, and in the other cities and states. And I have to say thank you to this country for this great experience, and also for all the new challenges that now I have in front of me with Brazil and with the science. So this association was created in 2022 at the invitation of the Spanish Embassy in Brazil to a group of researchers who were excited about improving relations between Spain and Brazil, because we have a lot of work, but I think that we need more. So we did this association. We are an association that was created as a result of the need for an interlocutor between the two countries. We are fully funded by the Ramon Areces Foundation, and also we receive financial support for administrative issues from the Spanish Embassy in Brazil. I would like to introduce you the executive committee. We are the initial founders of the association. We all work and collaborate as volunteers, and we are each spread out in different institutions and states in Brazil, which has facilitated communication with the different consulates and universities. And nowadays, two of us are in Spain, me and Daniel, and the other three are in Brazil. So it's easier to collaborate with activities like this. We are very proud to say that after 2 years of life, we are 404 members. And our mission is to be a collective created to connect and help Spanish researchers living and working in Brazil, and for Brazilians who have academic scientific interest with Spain. Our main objectives are to promote scientific and technical cooperation between Spain and Brazil, and to promote collaboration between Brazilian and Spanish scientific institutions and researchers. I would like to talk about the profile of our members, which is very interesting because there is a high percentage of members dedicated to the social science that normally is not normal that. Human science, yeah, it's true. Human science and health science. And then there is an homogeneous percentage between linguistics and natural science and the biological science. And this information is very interesting because it helps us to direct the actions and activities from the association to the association. One of the main characteristics of our association is that we are part of Raíces. I don't know if you know this big network of association of researchers and scientists abroad, which has more than 4,000 members and whose objective is the exchange of experience and knowledge between Spanish scientists abroad and all the agents of the Spanish science, technology and innovation system. So this collaboration is very important because every year there is a conference in December, then in the Fundación Areces building, in which all the associations get together and discuss our developments and ways to improve international scientific cooperation actions. And we usually learn a lot from each other and propose the new ideas for the following year. In order to achieve our mission, our main activity is an annual international meeting in which we try to bring together all the Spanish and Brazilian institutions that are involved in the decision-making process of science activities between Spain and Brazil. The inaugural meeting was in Rio de Janeiro in last year, in 2023, where we introduced the association and had a great reception from the science funding agencies of both countries, especially by FAPESP. We have always count with the presence of the Spanish ambassador in Brazil, Mar Fernandez Palacios, that is a person that helped us a lot in these activities. Here I have included some of the different institutions that participate in the international events and discuss the future challenges of science between the two countries. For example, in Spain, we have the collaboration with the Ministry, FECIT, ICIT, CEDETI, CEPI, AEI, that was with us yesterday. Raíces and Cervantes Institute is always with us in these meetings. And in Brazil, the Ministry of Innovation and Science, CNPq, CAPES, CONFAP, FAPERGE, FAPESP, UFRJ, Fiocruz, INCA, the institution that we are consider that we have to put in common to talk about funds, resources, and the future activities. Our second important international meeting was in São Paulo this year, in 2024, focused on cooperation strategies between Brazil and Spain in science, innovation, and culture, but specifically dedicated to artificial intelligence in science. We would like to say thank you to Marco Antonio Zago, FAPESP president, who has been with us for the 2 international meetings, and we would like to express our thanks to FAPESP for this. One of the proposal here, this year, the Secretary of Science Secretary of here in Spain, Eva Ortega Paino, stay with us in this international meeting. One of the proposals that we have and that we are most excited about are the international mobility grants that we give to Spanish and Brazilian researchers, so that they can do short research stays for 2 months. We have already provided 8 grants, so there are new connections between the 2 countries. These grants are fully funded by the Ramon Areces Foundation. This year, we have also our first innovation prize for master students, and we are managing another prize for women scientists with Repsol, and we are working in that. Finally, I would like to comment that this year the President of the Government, Pedro Sánchez, met with the Executive Committee during his official visit to Brazil to tell us that Spain's idea is to promote the bilateral relations in science and in academic issues. Also on the table are the 2 big memorandums of understanding that aim to promote action between the different academic and scientific institutions. So we are working with this and with the government in this direction, with the intention to assist in the creation of programs in various scientific and cooperation activities between Brazil and Spain. So our perspective is to increase scientific dissemination and communication between the 2 countries, help in the elaboration of collaboration agreements or science and technology projects in the public and private sectors, and establish a stable support network for Spanish scientists in Brazil and for Brazilian interest in collaboration and working in Spain. So this is all. Here you can find our social network and our site in case you want to follow us and stay connected with us. You are welcome. And if you want to be a member of ACEBRA, here you have the link and it's totally free. So come on. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Almudena. You have talked about challenges, and I am sure there will be some discussion about these challenges. May they be visibility, institutional integration, funding, and I'm sure the audience will be happy to discuss about this. Please. Yes.
Thank you. I think I should start. Thank you. Isabel, I didn't know was that much that we did, okay? So, thank you. Your memory is much better than mine, okay? And yes, you do have, can you tell us a little bit about the proposal you didn't have chance to explore? Just a little bit. And our 3 excellent presentations, and thank you. Excellent.
Yes, of course, thank you, Raul.
And then I have one additional question to José.
Yes, we did a lot, and I hope this union, this alliance will keep on going in spite of the funding difficulties. Okay, you know, what happens is that, I don't know if I could use is my PowerPoint still here? No, it doesn't matter. I don't need it. It's okay. You know, I had this project from 2019 to 2024, a national funding project by the Ministry of Universities and Research on Medical Humanities, okay? So in March of 2020, I was going to give a seminar, a 2-week seminar called Escuela Latinoamericana Complutense at UBA, Buenos Aires. It's again a joint teaching project with the present rector of UBA, Ricardo Helpi, and Capitelli. So two teachers from there, 2 researchers from UBA and 2 from Spain. It was Professor Lizaswain, whom you know, and myself. We're going to give this 2-week joint seminar on medical humanities. And then the pandemic broke out. But after Buenos Aires, I was going to Sao Paulo to give a mini version of the same seminar. And I had everything arranged with Laura, yes? But of course the pandemic broke out and we had to return to Madrid and it was interrupted. So 2 years later, we did go to Buenos Aires, we did that school. So that was the beginning of my interest, but we didn't go to Sao Paulo. So that's something that is a gap in my project, to go to Sao Paulo and to do joint teaching and joint research on medical humanities. So that's why this is a proposal, because one of the study areas at the UIU was Spanish and Portuguese studies. I thought, why not get together with a Brazilian team of researchers working on medical humanities and do research or analysis of Spanish literature or Hispanic literature or literature written in Spanish, pathographies about illness, and Brazilian. And you know, as fosters of social transformation, you know, reading literature and analyzing literature, and I could give you many details, can raise awareness, can reduce stigma, can influence policymakers belonging to the health world, can encourage empathetic listening in the doctor-patient relationship, can empower patients, can, talking about gender, it can highlight gender bias in medical care, it can reveal ageism or age-related biases in the health system. Talking about class, it can address socioeconomic barriers of, you know, the poor population vis-a-vis the wealthy population, or even a comparison of national health services. For example, in Spain we have universal health care, which is not the case with other Latin American countries. All of these issues can be dealt with just by reading pathographies with, you know, an analytical point of view. So that would be the research project that I wanted to propose. Thank you.
Thank you. José Manuel, por favor. Would you explain a little bit about the agreement we are in process to be launched?
Yes, thank you, Raul. Well, as you know, we had already one of these agreements some 10 years ago, in 2014 and 15, and I had one of these projects. We are trying to make a collaboration for research groups and projects between them. So what we try to do is to put together research groups in Salamanca and in one of the universities of the state of São Paulo, because FAPESP it covers the whole state, and to launch specific research projects in this, which are going to be mobility agreements. So one or two of these researchers in these groups are going to go to the other university and to spend there a period. So this is going to be a 2 years proposal, and I hope we are going to sign it in this year. Thank you.
Yes, one last question, please.
Very quickly, I'm Antonio Saleva, University of São Paulo. My background is engineering and agronomy, but I can say that we have been underestimating a lot the role of social sciences and humanities in research. Also, we've been missing the participation of social science and humanities in research together with the other sciences. Because after all the problems that we're facing right now, they refer back to human behavior. Climate change is not a problem of the earth, it's a problem of the humans, caused by the humans. So it's not a question, it's just a comment, but maybe you can reflect on that. How to integrate more humanities and social sciences with the other and the other way around. Other way we won't change anything in the direction we're moving.
Yes, yeah, I mean, I can only agree with you, obviously. Everything goes back to human beings, so there is no science, either experimental or not, that can be dealt with without the intervention of human beings, and therefore the humanities should be incorporated in the research in every possible area, and universities and governments should pay more attention to the humanities, which are more often than not neglected vis-a-vis research funding and vis-a-vis pushing forward the rise of the humanities in teaching and in research at universities. So I couldn't agree more with you. Thank you for the comment.
Just one comment, if I can I comment something? Yes, very briefly. And thank you very much. This is very important, and very important too that we are being evaluated, we are being supervised, following mathematical baremos, and we don't follow this. We write books. We write books, and in Spain, a book, the worth of a book is less than an article. That's the problem here. And we are trying to remove this, and it's almost impossible, because our scientific institutions are ruled by mathematics and engineers. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much. The session continues. Please, see you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Could you check with me? That's good. ¿Este es tuyo? Pete? Seat. Por favor, pessoal, vamos lá.
So, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for us to be here in this FAPESP Week section, talking about a very recent topic that is circular economy. And we brought here for you 5 very complementary researches that we have been seeing on the topic. So, today, I want to start introducing our first chair. Do you want to give some words before about the section?
Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for being here, and thank you FAPESP for organizing this very interesting week. It has been a pleasure to work on circular economy and industrial symbiosis, and it has been many interesting networks already during the session yesterday and today. We have started working together, which is something that it was the planning of the FAPESP week, and I hope that we can develop a lot of interesting topics and discussions after the presentation of this session.
Yeah. So, for us to start, we are going to hear from Ángeles Blanco Soares, that she is a professor at the Chemical Engineering and Material Department. She is a leader of the research group of celluloses, paper, and advanced water treatments since 2005. Her research activities are focused on improving the sustainability of industrial processes, circular economy and industrial symbiosis, product recycling, nanocelluloses, and advanced water treatment. So, please come to the floor.
Thank you.
I guess I will see.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. And as Janina has mentioned, I'm the leader of the research group working on cellulose, paper, and advanced water treatments. And what we like to do, what is our approach, is that we have 2 parallel lines. One is fundamental research and applied research that we put together in order to be able to solve the industrial needs or social needs. And I will go through my presentation. I have updated yesterday night trying to answer some of the questions that it was highlighted yesterday. And the focus of our group is integral sustainable production. So we focus on the needs, which are resource savings, the reduction of costs, the improvements of the process and the products, and always trying to develop knowledge-based processes. To solve these needs, we have been working on the sustainable production, so on trying to optimize the use of raw materials and resources like water, energy, fibers, and the nexus also between water and energy, for example. We have developed circular economy processes in which we focus on reusing and recycling different streams and residuals, and also industrial symbiosis in which we favor the exchange of materials, water, and energy between companies in order always looking for a win-win situation, and trying to make them to understand that they need to look out of the fence to find the sustainable solutions. But if you look to this slide, you could think that I have prepared yesterday or a week ago for this presentation, but this has been our focus of our research group for 20 years. So for us, this is not a new approach. And I will like to focus on the presentation of Reto Prosos. This was a research collaborative project funded by the Madrid community, and it's based on a program for sustainable production and industrial symbiosis in the community of Madrid. This has been funded for 2 periods, so there are 2 projects, and each of them for 4 years. So we have been working on this for 8 years together between the Complutense University of Madrid, but also the Research Center of Biology, CIB, the CIEMAT, which is the Research Center for Energy, Environmental and Technology, INEA, which is also the National Research Center for Technology of Agriculture and Food Technology, and with the laboratory Proteored. So in this project, it's thinking. So in this project, when we defined the objectives, this was in 2012, approximately, we had the objectives of first to transfer the knowledge developed in Prolipapel about the strategy of a sustainable production. Prolipapel was a funded project also by the Community of Madrid, but it was funded 8 years before we started, so between 2004 and 2012. And based on that approach, we tried to develop the concept of industrial symbiosis at industrial site level in the sites of the Community of Madrid, looking into the reuse of streams for the pharmaceutical industry, nutraceutical, cosmetic, paper companies, etc. And always with the sustainability approach of reducing increasing the yield, reducing the water consumption, energy, etc. But here we also work on the use of sustainable standards as a tool for improvements. At that time, it was not sustainable standards, and we were working with the European Water Partnership, for example, to develop the water standard for sustainable water use in agriculture and industry. And we were also working on the management of knowledge for knowledge valorization. So here we were working with experts from sociology, so that was something that becoming from an engineering group, we have been always looking around of how we can benefit, how we can use the knowledge and experts from different fields to really be able to move forward. And we also work in the environmental awareness from early stage up to seniors. And here I would like to just mention the work we have been doing with kids at that time of 3 years old, and now they are 14 years old, and that they know what is industrial symbiosis. You can ask them, they know what is circular economy, industrial symbiosis concept that we need to develop if we really want to move forward, because they are our next generation. So a brief summary of Prolipapel. These projects, there were 2 projects, collaborative projects between the partners I have mentioned, between 2004 and 2012. I just want to mention the results of these projects because even when for me it's an old project, it's still very valuable for different things. And one thing it was that yesterday was comment in one of the sessions how we could transfer the knowledge from researchers towards industry, how we can really valorize the results and implement the results. This project we have had, we were working with companies. At that time we have 5 paper mills in the Madrid community, and we also have several producers of carbon boards, and we were working with them from the raw materials through all the process, the pulp preparation, the paper machine. We were optimizing the wetting by online control of the properties of the flocculation. We were predicting product properties. We maximize the yield. We work on the management of water, as I will show you later, and on waste valorization. So at that project, we already were working with citizens through CARPA, which is a company that collect the waste paper and make from the waste recovered paper, a raw material for this industry. We were working with citizens trying to recover more paper and best quality paper. But we also have to work with Canal Isabel II in order to see how we could reduce water. And in waste valorization, for example, it was already implemented industrial symbiosis between the paper companies and ceramic companies and brake companies nearby in Toledo, in the next province. And they were reusing the sludge from the wastewater treatment plant to as raw material for the bricks, because it improved the quality of these bricks. And we also were working on the awareness, innovation, so trying to see how to promote innovation and the standard and legislation. It was several things that we wanted to do to improve the process, the papermaking process, that we couldn't do because it was a lack of legislation or it was conflict between the legislation. So we need to work on that too. One example, it was the reuse of water. This is an example that in this company, in the sector, in printing, for example, we were starting working with, they consumed 12 cubic meters of water per ton of paper, and we could reduce that up to 7, which was the minimum water they could use without having an exponential accumulation of contaminants and problems. So then we should treat the water. We were treating internally the water, but if they want to reduce further the water consumption, they need to reduce the final effluent by an additional treatment, and then it could be reduced. But still, they will always need 1.5 cubic meters of water per ton of paper. And in this case, because we are in Madrid, they were using drinking water. The problem is that if we have a dry season, that is happening at that time, then there's a risk that they are not allowed to use drinking water for industrial uses. So that was why we have developed the solution of treating the water from the effluent from the mill was sent to a municipal wastewater treatment plant, and then we treat the effluent from the municipal wastewater treatment plant by a double membrane system and a double disinfection system to use as fresh water of very high quality in the mill. This solution was implemented because it was, we have to consider the distance. They built the pipes to connect the municipal wastewater treatment plant with the company. And in 2012, this was built, and it has been working since then without any problem. So we saved 10,000 cubic meters of water per day. And this solution is ready for replication. At that time, we have problems, and we have some challenges, like, for example, the quality of the municipal effluent, which vary. The legislation at that time, in 2005, we didn't have the Royal Decree of Reclaimed Water, which was developed in 2007, and we have to contribute to say what is safe and what was not safe from the technical point of view. It depends on the water price, the acceptance of the reclamation water by the people working at the mill and by also the people around the mill, and the distance is a limitation. And what is surprising, and why I have included this slide, is that this was developed and is ready for replication since 2012. And last year, in 2023, I was called by the Consultant Commission on Water from the European Commission, and this was an example of good practice. And it was discussed why it's not replicated. And okay, I leave the question to discuss later on that. And I will focus on the RETPROSOS program, that it was based on continuous developing sustainable production by minimization of water and energy consumption, but also the transformation of secondary raw materials for industrial applications. And also we focus on the analysis of industrial symbiosis pathways and sustainable production. So in this project, we were working with many different companies. So in red, we have the name of different companies, which they have different objectives, and they have different kind of waste or different aims. They wanted to become more sustainable, but they have totally different objectives. And here we had, it was at the time we ran this project that it was the pandemic. So it was we couldn't meet. We could only organize after certain months to organize online meetings. That was a tricky thing because without knowing each other, it's difficult, the collaboration. But it has been also discussed today, we need to have online meetings or personal meetings. I think we need to combine both in the optimal way. We need to know each other, we need to know exactly what are the needs of the companies to really help them, and the opposite, and also in the other way around. But then most of the work can be done online, so we can save time sometimes, but we need to meet sometimes too. So in this case, we characterize different kind of org waste, like potato skin or peels from different fruits or biomass residues, but we also work with water and with sludge, etc. We need to treat all these, separate all these waste and try to find what to do with them, with that residues. Within the company, so in some companies, we were working on circular economy. For example, in Maxan, they had a water stream they want to treat, and then we find out how to treat it with, in combination with another water from another nearby company, and then they managed to close the water circuits. And, but in other cases, what we develop is that from this waste, we have produced flocculants or antioxidants or nanocellulose or binders, which are used in other companies, and this is the case of industrial symbiosis. For example, nanocellulose can be produced from waste from the paper companies and then used for additive printing in a company called A3D. And one example on the water treatments is the reuse of washing water from the bottles that are used for drinking products, zumos, and then they have an stream that it was contaminated, and we have to remove the residuals from the biocide residuals that they use in the cleaning, and then after cleaning with activated carbon, it could be reused, that water, in cooling waters. So this was a thesis, a doctoral thesis carried out by Borja Garrido, which was working in Calcut, and during the project, already this solution was implemented in 2 mills in 2 different companies. And another case is the use of different secondary raw materials for different applications. So in this case, we were studying agro waste from residues from food, from wood, fruits, cereals. We also study vegetables and fruit waste from groceries, and industrial waste as the potatoes, peels, or baguettes, or different things. And we try to see how to develop bioplastics or new materials for packaging, or nanocellulose, or antioxidants, etc. And then, in the case of bioplastics, we were looking for the residues which were rich on starch, and then we could produce the polylactic acid with different applications. And I would like to remark the work of the doctoral thesis of the Itech Arias that was working in the production of succinic acid, in which we use potato residues and beer bagasse as the source of carbon source, and the beer yeast as the nitrogen source. And in this case, using this waste, we obtain a higher yield, 35% higher yield, and also a higher selectivity than we were using commercial products. And also, it was, well, by optimizing the process with repeating batches, it was also possible to double the productivity. And these results has made that this student is now working at the National Center of Technology and Food Safety to apply this into an industrial company. In the case of nanocellulose, we have been also working with many raw materials, which are all of them waste and residues, but we have also compared with the behavior of wood fibers, and we produce different treatments. We characterize the nanocellulose, and we develop fit for use applications, trying to minimize the cost and only have the minimum quality which is required for each application. And we are also working in, normally these nanocellulose products at low concentration, and we are working in the way to increase the concentration from 10 to 150 milligrams per liter, which is already possible using a twin screw extruder. And the applications of the nanocellulose, we have applied them in different cases, of course, in the paper sector, in 3D printing, and I will just like to mention the application of as biomaterials for biomedicine, which because it was mentioned yesterday by Ana Carolina in one of the presentations, and that could be a good collaboration point since we have a new PhD student working on this area, as biomaterials for supporting human-induced pluripotent stem cells. And the applications in other fields are in paper making because they can be used as a reinforcement. We can use it also for the removal of contaminants from water and also in pickling emulsions. So there are many applications. The limitation is the cost. So we are working on how to reduce the cost in the production of these nanoproducts. Another area of interest in this project was the valorization of the waste by thermochemical recovery in order to obtain the gas, the liquid, or the ash, and use those products as absorbent or CO2 capture or for building materials, always looking for different applications. So in this case, CIEMAT was working on the pyrolysis of this waste. We have here the different results obtained from the pyrolysis of different waste, and we can obtain the char, the bio-oil, or the gas, and depends on the waste. One option is better, so we optimize it for the different waste, and then we use the biochar, for example, for the absorption of emerging contaminants and CO2 capture. In this project, we also have developed some 50 technology sheets in which we have shown, for example, in the case of green asphalt and recycled asphalt, what could be done, what is the challenge, what is the solution, and what is the state of the art of, in this case, it's a technology that has been already proven. So what means is like, because we were looking to different sites, and industrial symbiosis is feasible to optimize it when you are building a new industrial site. But when you already have the site, sometimes you may have good ideas, but you don't have the good partner in the distance that will make the process viable. So we decided that we could, with these industrial pathways, in another country, in another place, maybe they find the right partner to make some collaborations. And this is a way of sharing information and knowledge. So thank you very much for your attention, and we will have time for 1 or 2 questions, since we have one speaker less today. So if you have one question? Okay, we want to do it at the end, then we change to the next presentation. So our next presentation is Janaina Mascarenjas. We already have met her. She is Associate Professor at the University of Sao Paulo and Coordinator of the Circular Ecosystem Lab. She has studied at the University of Sao Paulo and served as Research Associate at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where she was also appointed as an affiliated member of the Brazilian Academy of Science. Her research focus is on the transition to a circular economy, with emphasis on circular cities, waste recovery ecosystems, and the intersection of digital transformation and sustainability. Janaina develops indicators to assess the resilience and impact of circular ecosystems on public processes. And today, she will speak about the work they do in the TEP lab.
Sorry about that. So, can I have this? Yeah. So thank you everyone for being here. And today, as she mentioned, my name is Janaina Mascarenhas, but I go by Jana, if that's easier for you. And I will talk a little bit about what we are carrying on researches on our lab circular ecosystem at University of São Paulo. So I'm sorry, some problems here about downloading from Google Drive, but I guess you will make that understandable. So yesterday I understand that my colleagues talked about University of São Paulo. They told you about our highlights there. If you want to check our YouTube video later, here you can access that on our YouTube platform at University of São Paulo. But what they didn't tell you yesterday was that at the University of São Paulo we have 8 campuses, and I'm here at the São Carlos campus that is more or less around 250 kilometers from São Paulo. And I used to say that that's the most beautiful city that we have in our country. This is the capital of technology of Brazil. Perhaps we don't have the beautiful beaches of Rio de Janeiro, but we do have 1 PhD per 100 inhabitants in this city. So we can have some fun there, yeah, scientific fun, yeah. And this is our campus. We have 2 campuses there. This is where I am at the São Carlos Engineering School, at the Production Engineering Department. And, oops, I'm sorry, and that's my lab, where I share with 3 other professors there. You are all welcome to São Carlos City. And what I have to tell you is, when I was doing my master and my PhD there and my postdoc, my background was in product development, was in innovation. And my task being on innovation management was to help people, to help industry to develop products faster, to develop products for market needs that even didn't exist before. And what we want to have on innovation management research is how we can deliver better products, better and profitable products. And I was happy on that. I was working with aerospace industry, automobile industry, health industries, and that was okay. Until I got my first baby. So I was pregnant, and I was thinking what I was doing. I was careless looking to innovation without looking to the planet, without looking to our resources. And I thought, oh, that perhaps was my middle-age crisis, yeah? What I was doing, I was looking to this kind of charts, and I was seeing our footprint and biocapacity almost finishing. We will need one more planet, one more Earth, to be able to deliver everything that we were helping industry to do, yeah? Driving innovation. And we had a problem even more bigger on that. So if you can see here on this left side chart, you can see all these red elements that are not being recycled. So in the red elements here, we are recycling in a rate less than 1%. And in your right chart, we show how many reminiscent years we will have of that elements. And as you can see, gallium, oops, I'm sorry, this is in Portuguese. As you can see, the gallium, there we recycle less than 1%. And in the other hand, we are going to be without gallium, to be extracted from Earth in less than 50 years. Gallium, much lesser than that, yeah? How we are going to do with the metal leaks, with health industry? We use that element a lot. So, okay, I was worried about that. And then, boom, circular economy appeared in my life. And that made me very happy. Because circular economy, that is the theme of this section, is a systemic approach to economic development designed to benefit business, society, and environment. So here, what we were trying to tell industries is, you will invest on sustainable innovation. You will invest on environment. But I will tell you, you are still going to be profitable even more. And yeah, circular economy came to the board of the industries. Ellen MacArthur did a great job. Renault, for instance, realized that the remanufacturing market was much more profitable than she understood before. And why is that? Because in contrast to the take, make, and waste linear mode that we still do in business today, circular economy is regenerative by design and aims to do something very important, to gradually decouple growth from the consumption of finite resources. So bingo. So here we can try to design business models that are indeed sustainable with the economic benefit that industry deserve. Yeah? So we can have a multi-level perspective on circular economy, and in my research group at CE Lab, we do the 3 levels of this perspective. So first, we understand that we need to look to this firm level, to the A company, A business level. And we design research there to understand what are the circular economy strategies, what are the digital technologies that will foster that business models, circular business models to succeed. And we even understand that we need to be careful. We need to understand what are the rebound effects. What are the negative consequences that could happen even if we are designing a circular business model? So we have plenty of examples of rebound effects. For instance, with the solar panels, we are doing a lot of e-waste and we need to tackle that challenges. Great, we are doing solar energy, but we need to care more about the end of life of these products. And Diogo will talk a little bit about that later as well. Second, we understood that, okay, firm levels was really important, but we needed to understand the meso level, that is the ecosystem level of circular transition. For that, you heard a lot about ecosystem yesterday. This is a concept borrowed from the ecological, and it brought to innovation and to business, so we call innovation and business ecosystems. And what is this? This is a system of interdependent and heterogeneous actors, that is, firms, that go beyond industrial boundaries and direct the collective efforts towards a value proposition. So yeah, what we have here is you heard about supply chain before, and in the previous series of supply chains, we were looking much to the suppliers and the market, the customers, and the business. So only to the yellow and to the pink companies there. At an ecosystem, we need to expand that look. We are not just caring about suppliers. We are caring much more about other enterprises, other firms that will complement the innovation, will complement their business models, so they can indeed achieve a business model without having too much rebound effect, yeah? So we have fun working on that, but we understood that we need to have the third perspective, that is the macro perspective, and we started looking to public policies, and we started a stream there about circular cities. So we were using, as I was at MIT, I needed to use system dynamics. That is a very well-known methodology to simulate social technical systems, where we understand that some variables impact in others, and we don't know, but we need to find what are the causal loops that affect other variables there. So we have been simulating some industrial agreements. We know if some industrial agreements will be able to achieve their targets or not, because we understand the systems. And again, we have been doing a lot of work on that, but now, it's a pity that it's like that, we are applying for a FAPESP call on the public policies. I hope we succeed, FAPESP team. We have been doing some agreements already with some municipal department of the environment in São Carlos and the environmental prosecutor's office and other actors that are very important to them, to be able to start a project collaborative with them about how could São Carlos, besides being the capital of technology, being a circular city. And we designed this here. We have been collaborating for the last 2 years, and we have designed this project here to develop a first transparent instrument, a policy instrument to assist the prosecutors, the SAI, that is the water treatment company in São Carlos, to be able to understand what are the solid waste management of our cities and make sure that the city is taking advantage of a business model, because we have business models for companies, for ecosystems, and we need to have for cities as well. So I hope we can find very nice collaborations here in Spain so we can tackle this very challenging research team that we are running right now. So thank you very much. And yeah. So. Yeah. You will.
Thank you very much. It's been very interesting presentation and complementary to the technology part. And we have the next one. So the next one will be Carmen Abril. She is a professor at the Faculty of Business and Economics in the Department of Marketing at Complutense University of Madrid. She holds a PhD in economics and MBA from ESS Business School and a degree in mathematical science. Her research focuses on brand strategy, innovation, and sustainability, and today she will speak about new business models for pushing circularity, which is very much complementary to work that you are going to do.
Very well, thank you, Angeles, and thank you everyone for inviting me to be here in such an insightful and interesting journey. I have been very, very glad to hear my previous colleagues because we haven't prepared presentations, but I can tell you how complementary they are, and so I think it is going to show a very interesting case, for the audience. As Angeles was introducing me, I'm working in the what we call intelligent ecosystems. I'm focused in the sustainable consumption from the eyes of the customer, from the consumer, or from the citizen, because of actually this is the last mile that sometimes we are missing for succeeding into integrating circular economy. So definitely circular economy and business models is a very complex topic that it is very difficult to tackle in 15 minutes. And so I have decided, given the other topics that I saw in these sessions, to focus in a perspective that could complement and enhance what the interesting insights that have already been explained here, right? So I'm going to focus in two questions. One is, why do we need new business models? Can't we yet only maintain what we have and do it better? And that is one reasonable question. And the other, and the focus to answer this question will be on three trends that are very much into, growing into the business and economic area, which is the impact of servitization, digitization, and customer focus. So this is the angle I have chosen, to explain circularity. Everyone here knows what is a circular economy. even though we have a kind of so-called circular economy in the middle, like, recycling economy. And so I think that one important perspective which sometimes is neglected is the cultural change that circular economy should bring to the citizens and to the businesses, in the sense that we are not just trying to avoid the waste, we are also trying to embed the idea that resources don't belong to us. And therefore, we are borrowing resources from humanity. This is something related to Jana's point, right? Resources are scarce. They don't belong to companies. They don't belong to governments. They belong to the citizens. And therefore, there should be some commitment to return, the use of those resources. And I think this change in culture will have some financial and regulation implications that goes beyond this presentation. However, I just wanted to mention that. So if we talk about business models, for those of you that are not so familiar with this, we can simplify the definition saying that it is the way that organizations have to create value, deliver value, and capture value from their customers. And this is what we mean by value in use. So the customer, the citizen, the user is not just a participant, it is the receptor of the value. And therefore, neglecting this perspective means that sometimes we can do good things that are not meaningful for our customers. And therefore, we need to integrate this perspective into our business models. Now, is this type of framework still valid for circular economy? Well, we think that to redefine business models in the eyes of circular economy, we need to include two additional types of values. They are so-called value retention and value regeneration. And so value retention is related to extend the use of the product or service that we are delivering to the economy. And value regeneration is the ability of that value to regenerate the resources that we have been using. And if we think about current linear economies, there are very few business models that can actually claim that they also give beyond value in use this value regeneration and value retention. So a lot of the research in our area of business and economy is, okay, what should we do differently? How can we face these challenges by delivering this value retention and value regeneration to our business models? We have to acknowledge that a lot has been done already, and I think Angeles was making a great example of how can you do better in using resources and regenerating them. And so a lot has been done in improving the use of waste in the process of production, even to use this waste to look for new possibilities of businesses. And there also has been done some efforts to take the waste of the consumers, to include it into the production processes, which is precisely what Angel explained about the industrial symbiosis. However, in some cases we are neglecting the customer, the final user. What if the final user is not happy with the recycled paper? What if the final user is not happy with remanufacturing products, right? Then those systems will not be economically viable, right? So we sometimes forget that at the end of this symbiotic industrial symbiosis, we need to think whether our customers are ready for that. And there are some interesting research, recent research about this topic. So I'm going to give some examples of the consequences or the challenges that, including those final customers or citizens, will have into these circular business models. So we are asking consumers to do many things, yeah? Consumer, customer, citizens, just to have one single denomination for them. We're asking them to recycle. that is a cost for them. I mean, we need to move, we need to think of places to do so, we need to storage in our houses, so it is a cost for the customers that sometimes we are not ready to do, or perhaps we don't have the ability to do so because we don't have enough recycling spaces, right? We are asking the consumers to reuse, but sometimes we find our products are produced with program obsolescence, and therefore we cannot reuse it in a proper way. We have been asked to reduce consumption, but sometimes, we are like having a lot of new necessities that foster our consumption. For instance, we need to have mobile phones now. I mean, otherwise, you feel like you're not part of the ecosystem. So there are many ways where the consumers have been asked, to be part of the chain. However, unfortunately, the results are not so good, at least not as good as we expected. I had this recent paper news from El País, which is a Spanish newspaper. I think the news is from 3 days ago. And they were claiming that only 40% of the plastic bottles were recycled in Spain. For some countries, it could be a good number, but unfortunately for our European Union, this is not enough. They're asking us to recycle 70% of the plastic, and I think our colleagues are going to talk about that later on. And so, not convincing the customers to recycle is going to cost the ecosystem a lot of new regulations and also new fines, in order to oblige, this chain, to use this plastic to recycle. Because without the collaboration of those customers, any recycling activity cannot be, carried on. Similarly, we have a huge problem with e-waste. You were talking about some, materials that are not recycled, but we can see here the amount of kilograms of tons of electronic products that are not recycled, and we are accumulating as waste. Again, what can we do about it? It doesn't matter that we are improving our material production if we don't solve this problem. So how can we do that? If we don't do that, regulations will come. Now in the European Union, we have this regulation about the right to repair, which is going to oblige manufacturers to change the production process. And so this is to say that even though we are proactive in changing our business models, or someone is going to oblige us to do so, at least in our region, in the European Union, right? So I'm going to just showcase very briefly, as an insight, yes? Thank you, some examples that can be, useful for this new circular business model. Well, first of all, I said that customers are important because we are, the reason why we have a lot of environmental degradation. However, we haven't been able to convince the consumers. We have good intentions, but bad behavior. We call it in our discipline the intention-action gap, right? We are ready to do so, but we are not doing things, right? So what can we do about that? So one of the ideas will be to integrate the customer in the full value chain. What if we can maximize the time of use, so the value retention, and minimize the disposal weight, which is the value regeneration. I can see also my letters have been moved here. And so one of the business models that are trying to do so is to change to add to the value in use, value regeneration, value extension, through changing the ownership system. So we will shift from products being owned by the customer for products being used by the customer, so the ownership will be retained at the manufacturing level. This is what could be called as product as a service or remanufacturing as a service. And so there are some examples here that I will briefly show, right? So for instance, IKEA is not selling anymore to some of their customers. They are just leaving the furniture there, and they will be charging some for the use of those furniture, and with the advantage that every time that the customer will have a new need, perhaps they are going bigger or reducing the space, or they need different type of supply, they will be doing that, that work for them. Similarly, on the printers, few customers own printers anymore. What they have is the use of the printers, and every time a printer is broken, every time a new type of printer is coming to the market of possibility, the manufacturer will be the one which is either fixing the printer or delivering new models or new features that can improve the functioning of the printer. We also have this example of a re-entry program with some carpet manufacturer. They whenever the carpet is gone, they take the carpet for free and give another one new for free for the customer. And what they do is, with the fibers of the carpet, which is wasted, they produce new ones, right? And just to mention very briefly, the Rolls-Royce engine system is very well known, but also Philips have recently also changed. They don't sell lights, electric bulbs anymore. It's like lighting service where they provide the customer whatever products they will need to solve the problem that they have. It is not the same if they are going to sell to a factory, to an office, or to a school. And so this type of new ways of thinking about the ownership of the product has some advantages. In the first place, now the manufacturer will control the waste and resources because they own the product, so they can claim, you know, you have my printer, but you know, I am going to take it back because it's mine. And this is especially important if the resources that your product is used is very scarce or rare. Not only that, but it will foster a culture of remanufacturing or refurbishing within the organization, because of now perhaps it's better to refurbish or make a modular design to improve, let's say, the printer, that to build a new one that will mean to waste the older one, right? So it will favor repairing and also ease customization. It will also ensure that the innovation can be accepted by the customer, because of, you know, you are not waiting to the customer to accept, you are delivering proactively improvements in the product, in the use to the customer. And also, if it's properly done, it can actually strengthen the bonds with your customer, because of you will have a longer relationship with them, and you can perhaps look for new ways of creating value beyond the transaction value. Of course, these advantages come with some cost. From the culture perspective, the innovation focus should be shifted to a more sustainable orientation. Yes, I'm over. It's just my last slide. And I think for the technical people, I think you need to go beyond your expertise and have a broader perspective to, you know, empathy with your customers and understanding the final use of your products. It has a lot of implications for capabilities. Perhaps you have some technological gaps. Perhaps you need to go for a broader ecosystem where you can have, you know, this service ecosystem where you can serve the customers differently. It could come at a cost of more complexity, and it will favor modular design that will need to perhaps, you know, you will need to transform your manufacturing process, and you need to educate your customers as well and your people, right? So I think circularity is a complex journey. We don't have one recipe. I am putting here some references of many different areas where we can change business model to that, but it's like a compass. You know the direction, but everyone is going to choose a different path to do so. However, I think that doing the same things in a different way is not transformative enough for circular economy. Disruptive innovation will come. Either we embrace it or not. Some competitors will do, so it is good that we have at least this perspective in mind. And as someone said in the previous session, at the end of the day, the success of this business model is human engagement. If we don't get, our customers, our citizens into that, we will not be successful. So technical expertise, customer-centric thinking is what I think it would deliver a great business model. And we have a lot of talent here. I think all together we can bridge this gap. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. And I will be later open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And right now, I'll call Diogo Lopes to take the floor. Diogo, he is a professor at Federal University of São Carlos and head of the research group on sustainability engineering. His research is related to life cycle engineering and management, lean green production, and circular bioeconomy. He is a member of the Brazilian Research Network in Life Cycle Impact Assessment. He is a member of the Brazilian Enterprise LCA Network, a member of the EPD Systems Technical Committee, and individual member of the UNEP Life Cycle Initiative. He will speak about recycling materials, reuse waste, and cleaner production. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you. It's a pleasure for me to represent Brazil on this wonderful event. So today I will talk about opportunities for collaboration Brazil and Spain in the area of circular economy. My presentation is more or less related to the prior presenters today, so I will try to complement all this content we are discussing today. First, let me introduce my institution, the Federal University of São Carlos, UFSCar. This is a federal university, a public university. Currently we have 4 campuses. I work in the Sorocaba campus, and my institution has 62 courses. We have almost 25,000 students. And you can find more information by clicking the link on this presentation further. And I also work in 2 different post-graduation courses. The first one, the PPGEPS, is about industrial engineering courses. We have a master and PhD program there. And the second one, the PPGPUR, is about environmental sciences, is about renewable resources use and management. In both of these 2 post-graduation courses, we teach and make research in circular economy and in other related topics. Also, I would like to introduce my research group, the ENGIES group, the Sustainability Engineering Research Group. We currently have 3 research lines, and the project that we are developing today are about circular economy, bioeconomy, life cycle assessment, that I'm going to talk a little bit in the next slides, and sustainable management operations. And of course, we are open to receiving student visitors, postdocs, visiting professors. So if you wanted to discuss more about it, please just let me know. We have this website, and you also have this QR code, so you can follow our social media. We have a web page on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and you can know more about our initiatives by following us. So about me, Professor Janaína already told about my bio, but I just would like to introduce 2 nice initiatives that we did recently. This is a book, Life Cycle Engineering and Management, published in 2021 by Springer, and last month we translated this book and published in Portuguese as well, and there we have some information for students about how to perform circular economy application in industry, circularity analysis, life cycle assessment, and so on. So this is something that I would like to say. Well, when we talk about circular economy, there are a lot of different frameworks. My colleagues already showed some information about it. I just decided to keep this one because we can talk about circular business models a little bit more. And here we can summarize the main topics when we talk about circular economy. in terms of creating a value chain. For example, when talk about circular economy, something very important to capture value, to keep value of things is product life extension. I mean, you keep goods as much as possible on the technosphere and do not create waste from this product. Another initiative could be you create sharing platforms or creating channels for resource recovery or design product as a service or creating circular supplies, right? And then I will show the next slide some projects and initiatives we did so far based on these 5 topics that, based on this diagram. So the first one basically covers these 5 topics because this is a kind of a research we did in recent years in many different publications. That first, something very important to do is to understand the current status of companies, because we have different companies, small companies, medium and large companies, and the maturity of them in terms of circular economy potential for implementation of new business models and technologies is totally different. So we created, for example, some different maturity scales, maturity models to classify companies on that aspect. For example, last year we published this paper on Sustainable Production Consumption Journal with a focus on circular bioeconomy. So we were looking for information and on the biological side. This initiative, the iGo initiative, we found the resources from UNEP in 2021-22. We developed this tool, igosolution.org. You can check this out. This iGo is integrated green operations that helps SMEs exactly to know how good they are on circular economy. For example, this screenshot on the right side, you can see one of the results of this tool. We classify the company in terms of 5 different categories: resource strategy, and resources efficiency in terms of energy, water, waste, chemicals, and materials. And this example, we can see we have different classifications. We have classifications as beginner and no classification for advanced in terms of resources efficiency. And this tool, in the end, creates a tailored resource efficiency knowledge and support service. So the tool provides to you what you should be doing right now to move forward from beginner to advanced, for example. This is something that the tool creates, and it's very nice, very interesting. and I had the opportunity to collaborate for the implementation of this tool in Latin America and Caribbean. And this is free of charge. You can access this tool and make this kind of analysis easily and fast. This is another thing that I would like to highlight, because we have some publications, actually have a lot of publications related to the wood-based industry. This is more related to creating resource recovery and circular supplies and performing environmental analysis of that. So we have many papers resources conservation and recycling some years ago, because this was a collaboration with the University of Santiago Compostela, and this is something that we can do. For example, we have compared the different, how the different technologies that in Brazil we use and in Spain we use to produce particle boards can affect the environmental performance of particle boards. And we analyzed the trade-offs and made a list of suggestions for each of the geographical context of these companies, based on the need to advance technology to substitute some fossil-based resources that create most of the hotspots we have analyzed, like some resins that are used, transport system, electricity mix. So this is something that we can really replicate for other initiatives, right? We also have some publications related to combining life cycle assessment with circularity analysis. So the idea is we create this win-win situation, right? This is the ideal situation. We create products with high circularity, because you can extend or regenerate value easily, but also we need to guarantee that these products have low environmental burdens, because sometimes we create a circular product, but the impacts to create the circular products can be higher than the traditional options. Sometimes it happens. And on these two publications, we did this kind of analysis by using this simple diagram and created some scenarios to guarantee that the solution is circular and has lower environmental impacts. We did these two publications for electronics, and this is another one for lubricating oil recovery and use for different purposes. This is something also we can replicate, for example, for the technologies, processes that you showed today, and yesterday we applied to agribusiness or for medical, healthcare. We can replicate this kind of methodology for this new process materials you are developing. This is something that we can do, and this is not so difficult to do. You have the knowledge for that in our group, right? We also have some funding from FAPESP related to bioenergy as well, and some publications. We have this paper, this research published at FAPESP magazine as well. And this is more related to recovery resources, right? To produce pellets and briquettes, for example, for energy purposes. And this is very interesting because we focus on different types of biomass waste used to produce this kind of solid biofuels. And in the end, by using a circular economy framework, we could check how many, for example, carbon credits could be created. And we have analyzed that on these publications, especially on this one, Renewable and Sustainable Energy Reviews. This is something that could be very interesting because of the avoided emissions compared to the fossil fuels, for example. When we compare with coal, heavy fuel oil, that are very common energy used to produce energy, to produce steam for processes. We compare it to bio-based fuels, and we can analyze these carbon credits that can be created. And more recently, on the right side, we are now also interested in combining life cycle approaches, circularity analysis, with artificial intelligence. We have this project, it's an ongoing project, not finished yet, because to do this kind of analysis that our group do, it requires a lot of time and efforts, human efforts. many months to perform an LCA. So if you combine with regenerative algorithms from artificial intelligence, this is something that can reduce this kind of limitation, and we are interested in collaborating on that area as well. And finally, more about some initiatives we have on environmental education. We have these two initiatives. There is a QR code if you want to take a look further. I will just point out this Garibot initiative. This is a game. This is a game you can open on this QR code. There is a patent about that. And it is for children. We educate. It's a game that the children can use. And the idea is you use this rope to recover electronic waste. This is the goal of the game. So you play, and when you recover more waste, electrical waste, you gain more. We have this paper published last year on a conference that talk about this. This is also free of charge for use, and we are using for teaching on schools, for example. This kind of initiatives is also interesting. So to finish my presentation, some final remarks and opportunities that I see. All that I told you today, we can replicate for Spain, Europe, using LCA, circularity metrics. We have this expertise in my group, so we can also make this kind of collaboration together. We are also interested in how artificial intelligence can support circular economy. This is something that we are interested in. The social side of circular economy, you already have some publications about social LCA, for example. I didn't put here, but we are interested in the social side of circular economy as well. And collaborations in, for example, absolute sustainability. This is another topic related to life cycle approaches that I invite you to submit papers. I'm coordinating this special issue for sustainable production consumption. It's open until next year, and if, researchers, if you are interested, please consider this call for papers on this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It has been very interesting and complementary work. And we will continue now with our next presentation. That is focused on policies reinforcing circular economy transition. This is very important since we have seen, and it has been mentioned, how we have to accomplish the circularity. We need to be sustainable, and we need to have to involve the customers, but we also need to have the right laws. So this presentation, when we were discussing with Alain Henrique, our partner in Brazil, that she was not able to come, we choose Amparo, that is a full professor of financial and tax law and leader of the research group on law for sustainable development and socially responsible fiscal, labor, and administrative measurement. She is a member of the subcommittee on environmental taxation in the United Nations, but unfortunately, she is not able to give the presentation by herself. However, we had the pleasure to have Elena, one of her co-workers, that Elena Fernandez will give this presentation and will also show us what they are doing within the group. Thank you, Elena, for giving the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Angeles, and thank you, everybody, to stay here. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm Elena Fernandez, and today I will talk about policies reinforcing circular economy transition. I'm here on behalf of my colleagues Belén Garcia and Amparo Grau, like Angeles told you. We belong to the research group Use Sustentarse, Use is for justice, law for sustainable development, socially responsible fiscal, labor, and administrative measures. It things that scientists don't worry. So we are here for talk about that. Okay. This group is interdisciplinary. Due to its dynamism and social impact, renowned experts from different schools at the UCM and other universities. UCM is Complutense, so I said UCM. From various areas. We are from financial and tax law, administrative law, labor and social security law, civil law, criminal law, and commercial law. Have gradually joined it, along with specialists in audits, finance, and accounting, both in the public and private field. The lines of research that have evolved to respond to the social needs of each moment through various projects, and we will talk about 6 projects. The first one in 2012, fiscal measures to promote socially responsible foreign investment, legal approach, and accounting and institutional repercussions in developing economics. The second one in 2015 year, legal financial effects and control of social impact for sustainable development, the role of certification in investments and public procurement. The third one, from 2016 to you can see all of them, don't worry. The third one, from 2016 to 2019, sustainable development, business and environmental management towards a multidisciplinary vision from economics, science and law. The fourth one in 2019, legal and financial significance of sustainability audit schemes through smart data management. The fifth one in 2020, EU project Age 2020, inclusive robotics for a better society at the UCM, working on ethical, legal and economic, social and economic. And the last one, actually, developing sustainability, about artificial intelligence, and it's very innovative and interesting. You all know that economy and environment are two interdependent realities. Our society needs a constant flow of raw materials that we are talking about now, to be transformed into product, goods, and services. The following 2 slides clearly show the path towards an increasing circular economy, and you can see we need to cooperate and communicate that we are doing it now. And we have 9 R's, and you can see repair, redistribute, reuse, okay, all of you know about that. And an overview of the different economic and market instruments for environmental protection. You can see production, consumption, end of life, raw materials that we are talking about, and material tax that we will talk about now. In this brief presentation, we are focusing on 2 problems. Carmen and Diogo told about that before, so we are talking about plastics and e-waste problem. The first one is the use of plastics, could almost triple globally, with the largest increases expected in the emerging economies of sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. Less than 1/5 of plastic waste will be recycled. This is so worrying. And only 12% of the plastic used will be secondary or recycled plastics. The second problem, the e-waste problem, according to the UN monitor, e-waste is increasing 5 times faster than documented recycling. A record of 62 million tons of e-waste was produced in 2022, 82% more than 2010. The figure is on track to rise by another 32% to 82 million tons by 2030. Meanwhile, less than a quarter of the year's e-waste mass was documented as having been collected and properly recycled by 2022. After reviewing this data, it is clear that we must move towards a circularity of waste. The inverted pyramid that you can see in the slide is applicable to the circularity of all waste, and specifically to the plastic and electronic waste. There is a need to use economic instruments to give priority to prevent, reuse, and recycle them. Among all the economic instruments, environmental taxation is a major support for achieving the objectives of circular economy. One instrument can encourage change in producers' and consumers' behaviors towards less waste generation by taxing them according to their quantity and type. Or one instrument can promote positive behaviors like green innovation through through the establishment of tax incentives. This table that you can see, the green one, show examples of how to finance e-waste management. The proper design of the essential elements of taxation is key. Basically, the taxable event will be the pollution activity, the taxpayer will be the person who carries it out, and the quantitative elements will be the units of polluting products as a result of which the corresponding tax will be due. What can be taxed but must be within the range for permitted to prohibited. As you can see now, because he's changed everything, but it was a scheme, and you can see in one side permitted and the other side prohibited. On one hand, we found a tax incentive may include some desirable but unenforceable behaviors, which can be promoted. And on the other hand, some socially undesirable but permissible behaviors can be taxed. Finally, for prohibited behaviors, administrative penalties or criminal sanction may be imposed. We will talk about the latest developments in environmental taxation about plastic and e-waste, and we will talk about Spain, and then we will talk about an international view. So the first one, for plastics in Spain, among the latest developments in environmental taxation, we will highlight the Law 7/2022 on waste and contaminated soils for a circular economy. It establishes 3 new taxes. The first one is a special tax on non-reusable plastic packaging. The second one is a tax on landfill incineration and co-incineration of waste, both from the 1st of January 2023. And the third and the last one, local charge on household waste collection tending to pay as you throw, from the 10th of April 2025, but many municipalities will apply it from the 1st of January in 2025. It deals with issues related to plastic waste. For e-waste, we turn to recommendation based on the international experience, where producers are considered to be primarily responsible for the whole life cycle of the product, including the final phase. EPR programs, extended producer responsibility programs, may include economic instruments, the requirement to finance the cost of waste management through taxes or a centralized fee structure that can be combined with other types of instruments. For example, administrative instruments and information tools. What about administrative instruments? Requiring producers to finance product take-back programs and or setting content requirements and limits on waste disposal. And what about information tools? Governments may require producers to report to relevant authorities and post and publish specific information about the consumer of a product. Fiscal policy is a cross-cutting policy that can affect many sectors. Who wants to assume the cost of circularity is a sensitive issue. To properly implement it, it's necessary to have information to prepare sound strategies. So, we want to tell you about 3 final remarks. The 3 final remarks of the participants in the Use Sustentarse project. Believe that it's necessary. The first one, a need to rethink responsibilities in the distribution of financial costs in the framework of the circular economy. And the second and the third one is about data. So we think that in accordance with the available data, because detailed information is still lacking, statistical or even corporate sustainability information processes with the use of artificial intelligence that we are working about that now actually. So then we left you some reference if you want to take a photo, and then I will send you. And this is everything. Thank you very much. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Elena. I think it has been a good way to contribute to this session, and please join us for the questions part.
I have a question, and
Congratulations for the session. Very interesting, very important, very updated one. I see impact as a common factor in all the innovation projects. In fact, I cannot pretty much detach social innovation, policy innovation. You applied for the PPP, but your project may be a technological project or technological innovation. And circular, I guess, is a tool to reduce circular economy, to reduce environment impact. So we may ask about impact in all innovation projects, or shall we use sustainability as a direct answer or a direct measurement to all innovation projects that are being posed within the agency? What do you think?
Do you want to start? Okay. Yeah. Well, that's not an easy question to answer. But we did some, some research on an European project on sustainability-oriented innovation with some companies, and my partner in this research was 3M. And when we went to the journey that they have, I mean, they are very, first of all, it's a company which is very much into sustainability, and second, they are very well known by an excellence in innovation. And what we found when talking about this, should you be sustainable as a corporate strategy, or should you embed it into your innovation processes, what we found was that because of they have a high level of expertise, there are kind of a silos in companies, in the company, and so each business unit or function has their own kind of innovation process which are isolated from the whole perspective of the value chain. And so, for instance, for simple things like measurement, the life cycle assessment of products, they didn't have an integrated view, but a partial view. And they also were not considering, in some cases, the overall impact, but some mid-term KPIs. And so I think that two things need to change regarding to the culture of the innovation. One is communication, cross-sectional among the different functions, and also to have integrated KPIs that may have a longer vision in terms of strategy, right? Make sense?
Thank you. Another, yes? Sure.
Make a comment on that. Thank you for the question. And it's very common we have this dispute, this argument about sustainability and circular economy. Circular economy is less than sustainability, first. Sustainability is much bigger than that. But circular economy is the way that we were able to implement sustainability somehow on the industry boards. So they are up to circular economy because we see this sustainability as a business perspective on that. So right now, we have been working with Suzano, with Natura, with Boticário, with lots of that companies. And they are establishing what we call IPNL, that is impact, profit, and losses. And you can find some people working on that to be able to measure the impact of the circularity and other challenges on that. So I guess we cannot work, as she said, in silos. We need to make the bigger picture, but we need to talk business. If we want business to change, we need to talk their language. And that's something that we have been working on research, academics, to communicate, to advocate, as we said yesterday, to these boards.
So, congratulations as well. Wonderful panel, wonderful presentations, very inspiring. One question and one comment. First, some of you mentioned the role of considering the customers or the people in general as part of the process. after all, if people do not adhere to what you're proposing, suggesting, it won't work, right? So it's not only a technical question. Again, going to the point that humans must be considered as part of it. So if you might talk a little bit about that again. The other is asking whether you have already come across the idea of donut economy. Yeah, if you might talk about something about the donut economy in the context of circular economy.
Yeah, maybe I can start with the first question on the implementation. I think to implement any solution, we need to work together with everybody, all the stakeholders which are involved in the solution or in the problem, in the need, because if not, it will not work. So it doesn't matter if it's the industry or it doesn't matter if it's the consumers. We need both of them. We need to understand the problem, and then we need to work with them, and we need to co-create solutions. And in such a way, if they are waiting for a solution, then they will implement the solution. So that is something that in the projects that we have developed with different companies, the difference between a direct implementation of results or a longer time, or even no implementation of results, is the need of the solution. If they are waiting, they will implement immediately the solution. I think that is very important. And to involve them, usually you involve them at the beginning of the project, like, okay, what are your needs? And then at the middle of the project, you give some information about the project, and then you present the results. That will not work. Our approach, I have prepared these few slides to increase this discussion. I think our approach is that we need to involve industry in an integral approach, that they are part of each level. Because when we have different alternatives, from the researcher's point of view, we can use this process or that process. And then sometimes they say, no, this is not feasible at industrial scale. Then we just need to move to the other one or look for other alternatives. If we develop a solution, which then we say, no, this is not feasible, it's a waste of time for that case. So it's important to have it in each step. And it's the integration of them into the project, it's challenge, but it's very beneficial if you do it right. And I don't know if someone wants to answer. Yeah, it's working.
About the donut economy. When talk about donut economy, basically we are talking about the planetary boundaries, because the idea is do not transgress the environmental earth systems like climate change, biogenical cycles, etc. And currently we are transgressing already 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries, right? And to do this kind of analysis, you need data, environmental data. And we go back to the first question you said about the measures. We need the indicators. And the methodology like the life cycle assessment allow us to calculate the current impacts of technology and new technology materials, novel process materials we are creating. And you can do this kind of analysis if a new product, if the technology you are developing are contributing or not to transgress the environmental boundaries, you know? Because the idea is that donut is the safe operating space. So all products and the products should be on the safe operating space, right? This is the idea. There are measures, that call for papers that I put is about that, is actually about that. So if you have a paper, please send to us.
Okay. Any more questions? No? Okay. Okay. So maybe if someone wants to discuss about the challenge, we have here some what is necessary for a sustainable development. So we need to use the technological results, the project results. We need to rethink, it has been mentioned, not only the technologies, but also the approaches. We need flexibility and integration, adaptation, because we have global approaches, but we need local solutions for sustainability. Indicators, like the use of life cycle analysis and other tools. Social acceptance, we need ethics, transparency, laws, as Elena has mentioned, and we need social awareness, new skills. That it has been also mentioned the need of communication. We need to really communicate. And there is a comment here. Oh, no, that's fine. It's not working.
Okay, sorry. Well, I'm not from the area, but I'm learning a lot. So congratulations for the presentations. But my question would be, would this system could be, I think it can go on any discipline, any area. For example, in agriculture.
Yes.
And do you have any experience already putting inside agriculture area related with this? Yeah. Because many ideas is coming to me on how to put inside, but I don't know
transfer.
How. Yeah,
how
the transfer
the
of your knowledge
yep.
to the agriculture area.
Okay. Diego?
Yeah, you can. Please.
No, I mean, I'm not expert in the agriculture sector, but I have read some initiatives to integrate a holistic approach to the needs of agriculture that include not only the access to raw materials and new technologies, but also all the equipment that they need. And what I have been observing is that it is, first of all, an increase in digitization in order to have information of the whole journey in this sector. And information is key because by knowing that, you know what is the maturity. I think you were, some of you were mentioning that we have different maturity levels. Therefore, we don't have one single receipt for everyone. You need to adapt. And this access to information will make this customization of the solution more relevant for them. So I have seen some examples, you know, on also the renting, like I think it was Caterpillar and other suppliers embracing this type of approach. I don't have the return investment that they have, but certainly even in some conservative areas, this approach is becoming a competitive advantage. I don't know if you agree with this.
Yeah. So the second thing that is very nice from São Carlos is we have two Embrapas there, yeah? So yes, we have been collaborating with Embrapa. We have been doing some circular economy courses there, and we do have lots of potential on the agriculture area. So the first time Ellen MacArthur came to Brazil, I guess you were finishing your PhD. No, you were already finished your PhD. They were bringing to us a sustainable example of a sugarcane farm. And we were saying, you are insane, sugarcane, sustainable. No, yeah? And then we started realizing how to implement circular economy in these industries, and we have great examples like Toca da, what's the name of that farm? Toca da Mata in Brazil, where they were able to understand how to better use the resources and do regenerative strategies to get as much as they can from water, soil, and other wastes of the farms. So, yeah, in Brazil, we guess we need to have more research on circular economy because, of course, we are Brazil, yeah, about that. So you are right. We have too much space to work on that. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, final comment?
I'd like to make a comment, small comment. About that, agriculture in Brazil, I think, is the biggest opportunity that we have to implement circular economy. A practical example, if you look for RenovaBio program, we have a calculator based on LCA called RenovaCalc. It's free of charge, it's an Excel file, and you can calculate using this tool the amount of carbon credits you could have in the production of biofuels from ethanol, corn, etc. And yeah, this is a simple example, and you can create these carbon credits that you can sell and create another source of money for the companies, right? And this is something very interesting, and this is being expanded to other sectors, but most of them are related to agriculture. Yeah, the pellets case that I told you is another sector in bioenergy for solid fuels that we are using this concept to analyze carbon credits. Yeah.
Okay, you see that there are many opportunities also in agriculture. We also use agricultural residues for the to get cellulose fibers and to apply that as reinforcement or nanocellulose or other high value addeds. But since this is so interesting topic, but lunch is already here, so what I would like is to invite you to the next symposium that we are organizing on circular economy and industrial symbiosis as part of the American Congress of Chemical Engineering 2025 in September, from the 8th to 10th of September next year in Portugal. So in Lisbon, you are all invited to participate in this symposium, and then we can continue discussing and presenting interesting information. Thank you very much for your attendance, and see you during lunch.
Hay que juntar más.
I think I will introduce. I introduce. Oh, this is confusing. Maybe I introduce the section, and you introduce myself and Belén. Is that okay? Yes. This is Belén. No, I will introduce Belén. I will have this.
Mais minutinho. Still have a minute. You're preparing your transmission.
Then we have the others here as well. Yeah, so everyone else is there. Yes, 1 minute.
O jogo da web tem que dar exatamente uma hora para
Sim. Aqui o negócio é britânico, embora. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the last section of the FAPESP Week Spain. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here up to the end. My name is Patricia Morelato, and I would like to introduce to you my partner in organizing from Spain, Marta Balos. Marta is an associated professor at the Department of Earth Physics and Atmospheric Physics at the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. After obtaining her PhD in 2014, she carried out her research at the Laboratory de Météorologie Dynamique École Normale Supérieure de Paris in France and at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. She has been granted the 2021 Early Career Medal by the International Association of Meteorology and Atmospheric Science. She has been a co-author of the World Meteorological Organization Quadrennial Assessment on Stratospheric Ozone Depletion in 2018 and 2022, specifically contributing to this chapter on stratospheric ozone and climate. Her research focused on the large-scale circulation in the stratosphere and upper troposphere, with an emphasis on the impacts of anthropogenic emissions that led to the global warming and ozone depletion. So it's our pleasure to run this last session that will deal with biodiversity and climatic change.
Okay, I will now introduce Patricia. So we introduce each other. Okay, so Patricia Morelato, is that how you pronounce it? She's a full professor at UNIFESP. She's the director of the Center for Research on Biodiversity and Climate Change, which is one of the research, innovation, and dissemination centers funded by FAPESP in Sao Paulo. And she has a bachelor in biology and a PhD in ecology, and she's a member of the FAPESP Climate Change Research Program. She has a long experience in ecology and botany, and she focuses on plant phenology and of mega-diverse vegetations and the effects of climate change, plant pollination interactions, seed dispersal, mutualistic networks, anthropogenic effects on ecosystems, conservation and restoration of biodiversity. And she coordinates the first tropical phenology monitoring network using repeated digital photographs to understand the temporal dynamics of tropical biomass and the responses to climate change. Okay. And so we move on to our first speaker of the session. As you will see, we have a session that is quite broad because it's about climate change and biodiversity. So we will have some climate physics and then some more talks from the ecological perspective. And we start with the part on climate physics. We have the pleasure to have here Belén Rodríguez Fonseca, which is a full professor at this university, at Complutense, and she has a very broad experience in the role of the ocean in forcing the atmospheric teleconnections, and she has a special focused, or her research focuses especially on the teleconnections associated with tropical oceans and the impacts on the Atlantic, so very relevant for Brazil, and so including Sahel, Europe, and also South America. And she's very interested in the impacts on temperature, rainfall, and through them also on health, agriculture, and marine ecosystems. And she has also worked on the impact of the equatorial Atlantic on the Pacific El Niño. So, Belén.
It's on? Okay. So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to this to give a presentation in this FAPESP week. Last June or May, I was in Sao Paulo because of the ACEBRA. They invited me also to give a talk. They were focusing on artificial intelligence, and we were also talking about climate and the application of climate or artificial intelligence in climate. And it was a nice opportunity. So I hope that after this FAPESP week, we can enhance our collaboration. On my side, I have worked with Brazilian partners, not in any particular project, but because of science. At the end, we collaborate, and but it is because we were interested in some topics, and at the end, some collaborations came out, but not with any project. So I think that it would be very nice to have the opportunity of working a project. So I had to say that in the faculty I am working, Faculty of Physics in this university, there are 4 groups working in climate and meteorology. We are more than 32 permanent professors and researchers, plus the same in PhD students in very different lines coming from the ocean impact on the teleconnections, like is the group I am leading with Elsa Moino in TROPA, but also in the stratosphere research in modeling, paleoclimate, and atmospheric processes in boundary layer meteorology and extreme events. So our group is called TROPA because of the tropics, but at the end we work in the forcing of the ocean as a driver of the climate variability and atmospheric variability, and then because of these changes in the atmosphere and in the ocean, we work also in the impacts in ecosystems, in agriculture, in other areas. So as I told you, the main actor for us is the ocean. The ocean has the property of have a high capacity of storage heat. So it can storage heat and then release. And when the ocean exchange the heat with the atmosphere, it change the general circulation, change the winds, change the pressure, the pressure gradients, the winds, the patterns of rainfall and temperature affecting the global climate. So the ocean changes at different time scales. On the one hand, we know, for example, El Niño phenomenon, which has an interannual variability, but also there are other patterns, like, for example, the Atlantic multidecadal variability, but as we see here, this is time, so it changes slower in a slower way. At the end, what they do is to alter in different frequencies the climate system. So as we are interested in fisheries, agriculture, health, like vector-borne disease, and also energy. And in Brazil, I think this is a topic that is very important because the economy of Brazil is very dependent on climate. So climate variability in Brazil can change agriculture yield, like yields of coffee yields or other agriculture system, but also fisheries, both aquaculture, artisanal fisheries. It's very dependent of climate, energy, renewable energy, hydropower, solar, wind energy, and also this vector-borne disease, like we can talk about dengue, malaria, etc. So for giving you an example, for example, knowing how the winds are going to change is very important because, for example, here in Brazil, I read this yesterday, in the Amazon basin, the hydropower is very important for sure because there is the Amazon there. But in the northeast, the winds are very high. So knowing the winds in this part that is is more with it lacks of rain is an alternative, which is very important. So to have a very to understand the behavior of the winds and how can we predict winds from one year to the other, also from one decade to the other, I think is crucial for the planification of the resources and economical impacts. So I'm going to give you a short review of what is the tropical climate, what are the drivers, and in particular in the tropical Atlantic. Here is a representation of the sea surface temperature of the ocean In the tropics is where the ocean absorbs the heat, the radiation coming from the sun is absorbed by the oceans, but because of the rotation of the ends of the Earth, there are the winds in the stratotropics, and these winds, what they do in the north and south of the equator is to peel up water. There are the trade winds coming from the east, and they peel the water in the western sides of the ocean. And in these sides, which are like the Amazon rainforest, the Indonesia, Congo, they are the ascendant branch of the circulation. We have this ascendant branch, and they are close, because we call this continuity in physics, but they are close in the so-called Walker circulation. So we have, this is the upper atmosphere. We have these regions of the planet in the equator with high rainfall and rainforest, and then subsidence in the eastern sides. And then what the winds do is to peel the water. So we can see there is this warming in the tropics and cooling in the stratotropics, but if you go and see east-west, in the eastern side of the oceans, there is a cooling. And if we look in a 3D dimensions, this is the latitude, longitude, this is the vertical, the height and pressure levels, and this is the depth of the ocean. We can see there is a connection between the upper levels of the atmosphere, the horizontal winds, and the ocean. So that's very nice, because these winds that are peeling up the water to the western side, what they do is that produce like what we call upwelling of waters, which are rich in nutrients. And this is the origin of all the trophic chain, from the nutrients to primary production and fishes. So in these eastern sides of the oceans, there are the upwellings and are the most important fisheries areas of small pelagic, medium pelagics. And in these other regions of the ocean where the water is peeled up, rainfall has a very important contribution. So the rivers, which are storing this rainfall, discharge at the end in the mouth of the big rivers, like for example the Amazon River, which is also very important for biodiversity. Also, it's very important to know the seasonal variation, because in the tropical Atlantic, if we go now to the tropical Atlantic and we put a zoom there, we can see these trade winds, these strange winds peeling up the water, creating this big rainfall, which is going to feed the rivers, which in turn are going to deliver water in the mouth of the oceans. They have a seasonal variation. And for example, in Brazil, there is a maximum of rainfall in the northeast in March, April, May. But then in June, July, August, it moved, the ITC said the rainfall moved to the north, and there is rainfall in the north of Brazil. So there is a seasonal variation, and there is a rainy season and in one side, and a dry season in the northeast. And also, this is the general picture of winds, sea surface temperature, rainfall in the tropical Atlantic. But whenever one of these components change, if the winds change, rainfall change, sea surface temperature change, everything is going to change. And it's going to change because on the one side, maybe there is a driver outside of the tropical Atlantic changing this, maybe it is internal, or maybe it's anthropogenic, it's from an anthropogenic origin. But if one of these components change, everything is disrupted. So when we study the tropical Atlantic, or we study climate variability, we try to condensate information in modes of variability, what is more frequent to occur. So what happened is that, or in summer, boreal summer, there is a warming or a cooling of the equator, or in boreal spring, there is a cooling of a warming of the North Tropical Atlantic. These two modes of variability are called equatorial mode and meridional mode. And they are very important for climate variability studies. In this case, which is the warming of the equatorial Atlantic, the winds converge. They converge in the warming regions, because when there is a warming, there is a decrease of the pressure, so the winds converge. And this will produce the rain to be located in the equator. So it is going to be rain in the Guinea region, but also in this region of the Brazil, in the north of Brazil. And when the meridional mode happened, which is a warming of the north tropical Atlantic, the winds are going to converge and the convection is going to occur farther north, leading to drought period in northeast of Brazil. And so this in turn is going to have consequences that I'm going to show you later, very important consequences. And what we do in our group is to understand why these modes appear. What are the drivers of these modes? So the main drivers is ENSO. I have some colleagues that tell me, are you going to talk? Are you going to give a talk without talking about ENSO? No, I always talk about ENSO because ENSO appears. So I have 5 minutes, but it's very important because when there is El Niño in the Pacific, because it's so big, El Niño, it stores so much heat that it's going to alter all this Walker circulation I was talking about. And this is going to produce, in some decades, under some circumstances, alteration in the equatorial Atlantic. This relation is not very robust because the equatorial Atlantic is driven by many processes that counteract each other, but the one in the North Tropical Atlantic is very robust. And whenever there is El Niño, there is a reduction of the trace in the North Atlantic, and this produces a lack of rainfall in Northeast Brazil. So I give you just for South America, El Niño is going to produce this drought in Northeast Brazil, mainly March, April, May, but also in Patos Lagoon and in some regions in the south of Brazil and in La Plata River, an increase of rainfall. And this is very important for fisheries. For example, in Brazil, the shrimp is one of the main fisheries. And it has been demonstrated using data that whenever there is El Niño, there is a drought in the Amazon basin, and this drought, what happened is that it reduced turbidity because of the discharge of the river, reduced turbidity because the shrimps, they are close to the coast. So then the light can come and then the photosynthesis can be produced and then all the trophic chain. So we are working on a paper with also is here Elena and other authors of the paper in which we are working in ENSO impact on marine ecosystem in the South Atlantic, including fisheries in Brazil, Nordeste, Patos Lagoon, Amazon River discharge, etc. But we are also working in the eastern side, in the upwelling of Benguela, Angola, Benguela, in which we also see this reduction of the traits. This reduction of the trace reduces upwelling, and we are working in other species, which is more dependent on temperature, which is the Sardinella. And Sardinella also depends on temperature, and a reduction of the trace produces more abundance of Sardinella. And just to tell you that the tropical Atlantic is very, very important because not only because these modes alter regionally the climate in the east and in the west, but because in the recent decades, it has been found that El Niño in the Atlantic, this warming in the Atlantic can trigger a La Niña in the Pacific. So we can predict La Niña 6 months before. This is a result from a prediction. This is an anomaly correlation coefficient between the prediction of ENSO, between the prediction and observation of El Niño, using as a predictor 6 months before the sea surface temperature of the Atlantic Ocean. And this is very important again for fisheries, because if we can predict the Pacific, we can predict their fisheries. So in this paper, using the information from the Atlantic, we could be able to predict total catches in the Pacific. So also it's very important for other things, and I'm finishing with this, because when the two basins are together, the tropical Atlantic and the Pacific, they can produce also counteracting effects that are made, sometimes are destructive, other times they are adding each other. I'm going to show you some important results in which the effect of the Atlantic and the Pacific are impacting in the climate. For example, we have found, this is a correlation map, it's a map in which we saw when there is an outbreak of malaria in Africa, in Dakar, in particular in the Sahelian region, whenever there is an outbreak, there is from the 70s, there is a warming in the Atlantic and a cooling in the Pacific. Also, there is an increase in the tropical cyclones in the eastern side of Africa, which is very, very vulnerable because many people live in the coast and there is a strong erosion of the coast. And also regarding Brazil, when the two basins are together, the impacts over the region of the Amazon and Nordeste increases. So just to finish, we have important collaboration with Brazil. We have been working in this paper about tropical Atlantic observing system with many partners from Brazil, and now in this paper about ENSO impact of marine ecosystem, we are working with people in different institutions like Santa Catalina, Pernambuco, Rio Grande, Universidad Federal de Rio Grande, etc. So, and we are working in other collaborations, so thank you very much, and muito obrigada.
At the end.
At the end? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pode vir aqui.
So now we are going to receive our second speaker. Is Dr. José Marengo. Dr. Marengo is oh, sorry. Marengo, thank you. Dr. Marengo, he holds a BS and MS in Meteorology and Water Resources Engineer from the Universidad Nacional Agraria in Lima, Peru, a PhD in Meteorology from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in USA, and postdoc in NADA's Columbia University and Florida State University, senior scientist and general coordinator for research and development at the National Center for Monitoring Early Warning of Natural Disasters, the CEMADEM in Brazil, member of Brazilian Academy of Sciences, São Paulo State Academy of Sciences, the World Academy of Science, TWAS, professor of INPE, in the National Institute for Research and Environment, postgraduate program in Meteorology and Earth System Science, professor at the postgraduate program at the UNESP, as well adjunct professor international studies in Korean University, and adjunct professor from the Department of Physics and Meteorology at the Universidad Nacional Agraria, Lima, Peru. Fields of interest are climatology, surface hydrology, climatic streams, global and climatic change adaptation, impacts and vulnerability, tropical meteorology, disaster risk reduction, early warning systems. Thank you so much, Professor Marengo, for coming here and contribute to our session.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's really an honor to be here at the Universidad Complutense in Madrid. I'm going to talk about in terms of extreme climate variability, climate change, and disasters. Okay, I'd like to start with these figures. If you recognize the first one on the top right is the one from the Valencia disaster from recently. And then the others, the first two, is from the Rio Grande do Sul. This is the city of Porto Alegre, which is not Venice. It was flooded because of rainfall, and then this is the roof of a house in there, and the horse stayed there. The name of the horse was Caramelo, which is basically, as we have in IPCC, the polar bear in the small iceberg, we have the horse in there for a few days. And then the other is a typical scene in São Paulo during summer. Well, since we blame, actually, global warming, and global warming goes together with the intensity of extremes everywhere. So far, from January to October 2024, this is the first time when we are going above the 1.5 degrees warming, global warming. I mean, if you recall, the Paris Agreement was to avoid the idea of 1.5 at the middle of the century. So we are not at the middle of the century, we are already on 1.5, so nobody can imagine what happened later. But the idea of this is an example from the state of climate in 2023 on disasters in Latin America and Caribbean. Perhaps this pizza or whatever diagram in there, we have in the first three the reports on deaths and the number of people affected. Basically, in Latin America, perhaps the floods are the most important disasters, okay? The ones that are more expensive and kill more people. And then at the end, we have the storms. That happened in 2023 because the 21 billion damage was basically half of it was because the Hurricane Otis in Acapulco, in Mexico, in the eastern part. This is what we have in there. In 15 hours, it intensified to Category 5. You see the picture of the hurricane in there. 48 people died, an estimate of $12 billion US, and particularly in Acapulco, which is heavily dependent on tourism. And they damaged basically 80% of infrastructure and 96% on business in there. And then what we have, one extreme in 2023 was the floods in the São Paulo coast, the city of San Sebastián, in February, which killed 65 people. And that was a really record because in 15 hours, we have 683 millimeters of rainfall. That perhaps is the highest volume of rainfall in Brazilian history, Brazilian climatic history in there. That produced landslides that killed several people in there. I mean, it is an example that you may think in terms of what happened in Valencia recently, okay? Well, and in terms of drought, the region has been affected by drought. In 2023, it was basically the northwest part of Mexico, large parts of Mexico, including the Yucatan Peninsula, and in Central America, some countries, including Panama, which actually we got the lowest levels on the Panama Canal, actually make it impossible transportation in some places. And then we have droughts in Brazil, in the Amazon region, parts of the central Chile drought, and part of the La Plata Basin. And we have in there, for instance, at that time, the Rio Negro level in Manaus reached the lowest level in 2023. In 2024 now, it's even lower than in 2023, just to give you an example. And this is a map of drought in Brazil. When you see the darkest colors are the most heavy droughts. You see, for instance, in 2012 to 2018 was the drought in Northeast Brazil. It was a multi-annual drought in there. Then in 2019, 20, 21, 22, during La Niña, we have droughts in the region of the Paraná River Basin. In 2024, you see the most colors in there is the biggest drought we have in there, particularly in the Amazon region and the Pantanal region, West Central Brazil. So you see like the drought keep moving around the country, and this is a big country, okay? And what happened? If we analyze the SPEI, an index developed by our colleague Sérgio Vicente Serrano from IPE in Zaragoza, it seems like since the 90s, Brazil started to dry. You notice, for instance, the red color means the negative SPEI index, and we see the droughts in the Amazon, for instance, in 2015-16, and the recent drought in 2024. This is for Brazil in general, not just for the Amazon. And some of the monitoring we do in Brazil is the consecutive dry days. Brasilia, capital, you see the map in there to your right. The red colors means more than 150 consecutive days without rain. And in that particular region, in West Central Brazil, where the capital is located, and some of the states in this region, actually, besides the consecutive dry days, we have higher temperatures and dry conditions, relative humidity lower than 30%, 20%. And those are the ideal conditions for wildfires. Okay? So in this case, when we talk about disasters, we don't talk about natural disasters because the disasters are no longer natural. So we talk about the gestión de riesgo, which is basically risk management or risk reduction, actually, which is what CEMADEN does in terms of monitoring, risk analysis, and then the other part, which is the disaster management, which is done by the civil defense. So we at CEMADEN work with the pre-disaster, and then the other institution works for the post-disaster. So DRR, disaster risk reduction, is possible when a continuous development of prevention action. So prevention is the magic word in here. So that we have to be, and we will be prepared for disasters. Well, an anatomy of disaster. When we have extreme rainfall, the rainfall is not the disaster, because you may have rainfall in the middle of the ocean, there is no people living in there. So there is no disaster, it's just rainfall extreme. So when we talk about disasters, climate disasters, the meteorology is the triggering factor. But when we start talking about the disaster itself, is the hazard, which is the meteorology anomaly, and the combination of vulnerability and exposure, meaning vulnerable people, particularly elderly, young children, and exposure. Locations, cities too close to mountains or too close to rivers. So what we have in there, for instance, we have a hydrological alert, and we have a geodynamic alert, which is different from a meteorological forecast. So when we issue a meteorological forecast, it's going to be more rain, very heavy rain, but when we issue an alert or risk of disaster, that's the particular difference in there. And we can see this, for instance. This is a meteorological forecast to your left. Those red colors shows the region where we are going to have very heavy rainfall, extreme rainfall. It's basically a large part of Brazil. But for the same day, when we talk about risk alert for disasters, I'm not sure if this works. Let's see. Oh, yeah. When we talk about disasters, we basically have the risk of landslides and the risk of flash floods and floods only in this particular region. So we don't focus in the entire region. We focus on the regions that are most vulnerable and most exposed, and there the forecast of risk alert are issued for those particular regions. So this is the way we work in terms of governance for disasters. Sorry, this is in Portuguese, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. At CEMADEN, we work with the monitoring and alerts of risk. We work together with the meteorological services, with different ministries, with the Brazilian Geological Service, with the community and with the National Water Authority, and we have collaborations with universities and international, so we do this kind of analysis. And then what happened? We send our alerts to SENAT, which is a National Center for Disaster Risk, and SENAT sent to the civil defense. So SENAT issued the forecast for mobilization and answers. So it means that CEMADEN doesn't issue the alerts for the population. It goes through the civil defense, and the civil defense from the municipalities who are going to be affected by the disaster, they take action. So you see, it's a chain in there. If something is broken, it's going to be really a problem, because sometimes the civil defense, there is no civil defense office in some particular municipality, so there is a delay in the answer. Sometimes the answer or the alert doesn't reach the population, which is a problem that it has happened before in Brazil. So the elaboration of alerts. We work with the weather forecast, we work with the monitoring geodynamic conditions, monitoring of hydrological conditions, the discussions between different people from social science, from meteorology, geography, geology, and disasters. And then after this interaction, we issue the risk of alert could be very high, moderate, high, and watch in this case. And then we issue the alert for the civil defense. So remember, this is the weather forecast. What we issue here are alerts for disaster risks, okay? They are different from weather forecasts. So, for instance, the hydrological fluxogram, the maps of vulnerability from the Brazilian Geological Services, the characteristics of the basin, and then the forecast of moisture and precipitation using models and data. And then we have this alert issue, considering, for instance, the threshold of rainfall and the monitoring of the rivers. And what happened in May 2024 with the anomalies at the end of May, at the end of April, beginning of May? We have, for instance, what happened at the time, while in the central Amazon, in the west central Brazil, it was really a drought situation. In the southern part, it was an extreme situation. So the moisture coming from a cold front remains stationary in this part, and the moisture coming from the Amazon goes in this part. So what happened with the sea surface temperatures? And as Belén says, this was the first half of 2024 was El Niño. So the situation was like this. This is pictures of the city of Porto Alegre flood. The rainfall from 24 April to June 31. We have 3 pulses of rainfall, 1, 2, and 3. And sometimes, if the rainfall, the climatology is around 150 millimeters, we have some particular days with more than 300. And this is what happened with the Lake Guaíba, which is basically located nearby the city of Porto Alegre. It was raining a lot, so the Lake Guaíba started to flood. The first period, the peak, and then the second period, another peak. So, what happened? CEMADEN issues the forecast. On April 28th, there was a weather forecast in there. On April 29th, the issue of the initial alert was very high and high for hydrological. At the end of April, worsening of the situation, and then the overflow of the Guaíba River into May, and then the peak flow into Guaíba. So the rainfall in there and the peak in there were in the first days of May. The forecast from CEMADEN were issued on April 30. And you see the state of Rio Grande do Sul actually was the levels of high risk. And then at the end, just to finish, these are the different examples. What could happen in the future with 1.5 degrees warming, 2 degrees warming, and 4 degrees warming? This is the risk of landslides, and this is the risk for floods. When you see the red colors are the increase of the risk. Okay, so the darkest red colors means the higher risk. And usually this region of Rio Grande do Sul and other regions in western and central Brazil, other regions are going to be more sensitive to floods, possibility of coming floods in the future. So with this I finish. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so can you put the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we will now have the next presentation by Luciana Gatti. She's the head of the Greenhouse Gases Laboratory at INPE, with the capability to quantify with high precision CO2, methane, N2O, and CO. And she coordinates the greenhouse gas group focused on determining the Amazon carbon balance and to understand the Amazonian's role on the global carbon cycle. And they use small aircraft to perform lower troposphere vertical profiles during the last 20 years. And the group has had a very successful studies in determining this carbon balance in the Amazon. And the group have international collaboration with NOAA in the US, the University of Leeds in the UK, the Wageningen University in the Netherlands, and other universities. Dr. Gatti was the first author of 3 Nature articles, and in 2023, she was chosen as one of the 40 top environmental science scientists in Brazil. So we are honored to have you, Luciana. Thank you. Do you want to use
I
this?
prefer this. Thank you for the opportunity to share what we learned from 15 years carbon balance calculated from Amazon. We have a very interdisciplinary group to understand nature, to understand a so complex ecosystem as Amazon. We needed to have a very interdisciplinary group, and this make possible to understand better the change that is happening in nature. We run samples from using light vertical profiles, light aircraft for vertical profiles, from 4.4 kilometer high until near surface. And we have a more than 1,000 flies sample. And then what we learned from these more than 1,000 vertical profiles there. This is the footprint of our 4 sites. We start here and then the aircraft crashed, and here another. Now we are here with a company that have 3 light vertical profiles. We hope that the site will continue later. Some changes here. This is a very successful strategy to study big regions, because the Amazon is around 7 million kilometers square. It's really hard. You have a technique to see the whole ecosystem, and how higher you measure, the footprint of the measurements is bigger. This is why we use the vertical profiles. And this study, we published 3 papers at Nature, where the coordinator of the project is the first author of these 3 Nature papers, and these 2, the 2 last from the time series coming from the thematic project from FAPESP. This is the annual mean vertical profiles. This is a kind of product developed by me, because each colleague that uses some modeling bring with different results from Amazon. The majority saying that Amazon is a carbon sink. And the numbers say Amazon is a carbon source. And then what is reality? And then I developed this product that's exactly the concentration we measure to first answer, Amazon is a carbon sink or source. And then you can see here the mean from each site say Amazon is a carbon source, but the east sites, you can see the region, emitted much more carbon than the west regions. Why? But I would like to show you some very scary results from southeast of Amazon. You can see here, after the strong El Niño 2015-16, this region became a carbon source. And then looking the climate conditions, we found 2015 there was 7 months dry season, 2016 4 months, and 2017 6 months again. These 3 years, it seems to, maybe this region crossed the timeline for Amazon, you know. And when we calculate the carbon flux, we can see here also the numbers from emission from these east regions. It's much more higher than west regions. And then the question is why? This is all forest. Why one region have a so different behavior than another? And it's very important to make this question, because everybody thinks the problem of Amazon, the strongest problem is the climate change, the global climate change, how they will affect Amazon. But if the problem is only the global climate change, why one region is so different than another? This was the first scientific important question we done to try and understand our results. Another issue is the variability year by year. Then the suspect was the climate conditions, temperature, precipitation, and we studied this, but the conditions from climate didn't answer completely the behavior. And then we calculated how much each region is the forest. It was the first important explanation we had from here. You can see the east regions are very deforested. And the west regions have less than 20% deforestation. And coincident or not, I don't know what magic it was, the forest code say we can deforest only 20% Amazon. Unfortunately, they don't respect the law, and some regions are very, very deforested. But here the question is, during our study, we look here, each region, how much is historically deforested. But this didn't happen during the time of study. We start to measure in 2010. This region, we start in 2004. But look, the majority of the deforestation didn't happen during our time study. Then, okay, they are more deforested, but this is not the completely answer for what we see from the emissions. And then the scientific question was, what change promoted in the regions from this historical deforestation? And then this is the answer. The deforestation promotes a reduction in precipitation, mainly during dry season. Why? Because during dry season come less humidity from ocean to the Amazon, and then the dependence from the evapotranspiration from the trees is stronger. If we have less forest, then we have less precipitation, and if we have less precipitation, we have a higher temperature. Why? But first, let's pay attention, because it is the division from wet season to dry season, and you can observe this region. Now, the accumulated deforestation is 44. This is until 2018. Until 2018, they lose 34% precipitation in the last 40 years. Here, 24, 20. And this is the increase in temperature. The high increase in temperature in the southeast, when we see satellite image for water vapor deficit, this is the strongest water vapor deficit. And then we imagine it is the highest climate stress for the forest. And in fact, is no more linear. The increase in temperature during this time is exponential. Oh, but why this affects so much? Imagine the evapotranspiration from the Amazon putting the atmosphere per day almost the same amount of water than Amazon River discharge. That represents 20% of fresh water every day. This is a huge amount of water to the atmosphere. And when the trees are producing this evapotranspiration, they are getting the liquid water from soil and putting the atmosphere as a water vapor. For water come from liquid to vapor, they need to absorb infrared energy, that is the heat wave. Then this process cooling the ambient where are the trees producing this. And then if we have a less evapotranspiration, we have a higher temperature. And then this can mean regions more deforested, have a less precipitation, higher temperature, and then the remain forest there. The forest that was not the forest is no more the same forest. The trees still are there, but they are completely stressed. And then they will not work as the same. They will not produce the same zinc. During dry season, they will close the stomach for don't lose water, and then they don't do photosynthesis. Only have the respiration, the composition, and this can mean that every year we have a very strong source of carbon from the stressed regions. This is why the west are much less carbon emitter than the east part. And this can mean that deforestation don't represent only directly carbon emissions, but also indirectly carbon emissions. Why indirectly? Because deforestation will change the climate condition, mainly during dry season, Then we have less precipitation, higher temperature, and the forest will be more flammable. This can mean much more degradation, much more fire, much more emission. When we separate the east regions, the two east regions and the two west regions, we see they are completely different. The majority of emissions come from the regions more deforested, where they are more stressed, climate stressed. And then we see from this side, this is the total carbon emissions. This is the fire emission, where we see the majority of emissions is fire. And this is the remains photosynthesis, respiration, and decomposition, natural and anthropogenic. Why? Oh. Okay. And then this is the balance per year for Amazon. But here we have a very important question to do for Amazon. What have the strongest impact in Amazon? Is the global climate change, or is the human action inside the Amazon? And our time series say to us that is the human action. Because when you look at the variability, look, this year very strong, this year not. This was the strongest El Niño. This was a combination of El Niño and a high anomaly of temperature in the North Atlantic Ocean. And this was normal dry. And here it was changed the forest code, and the deforestation returned to increase in the Amazon. And then you can see this is the El Niño. This is more wetted year, and this is Bolsonaro government. During Bolsonaro government, deforestation become free. And the deforestation increased almost 100%. And then we can see there is no climate impact, no. It's much lower than the human actions. This time series, when we separate the periods, you can see the impact of this last period, and this shows to us that the human actions in Amazon have a much stronger impact in the Amazon. This will be our next publication, and the 2003 confirmed this, because 2003, I don't know if you heard the news that 200 dolphins from Amazon died from the temperature of lake in the northwest region. And we suppose, wow, the emission from Amazon will be super, super huge, because it was very hot, very dry, but the deforestation decreased almost 50%. And then now when we see this number, we confirm it. The human actions is the strongest.
NBA. The region 1 NBA. NBA, what's this? No.
Where?
The legend, the first column. Primeira coluna.
Okay. The region, no, but this is whole Amazon.
Okay, but what?
Region one is the east, is northeast and southeast.
What is NBA?
N or R? Okay, net biome exchange, sorry. Okay. Net biome exchange is when we get total emissions and subtract the fire emissions, we have the other. The other part is the majority natural, but still we have some emissions after fire from degradation, deforestation. And then we can see here, let me put attention on this. By now, for the whole time series, the difference between region 1 and region 2 is 5.6, 5.4, but before this period where the deforestation increased so much, the difference was around 7. But during this period, the difference was 4. This can mean the west part that now are much more deforested is becoming equal the region 1. And this is the future. We are using COS to trace photosynthesis because plants don't make a difference between CO2 and COS. Sulfur is from the same family than oxygen, and then during photosynthesis, the plants absorb the COS together with CO2. Then we can understand what is happening with photosynthesis with the climate stress. And then we can answer why Amazon is changing so much. Is because the emission is increasing, or is because the sink is decreasing, or both? And then, thank you very much. The conclusions is what I said. This is one trajectory from atmosphere that bring a message to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Luciana. And now we are going to our next speaker, which I have an honor and a pleasure to announce Dr. Pedro Giordano. Pedro Giordano is, oops, I don't know, I could say for myself, but anyway, I will read, is a research professor in the Spanish Research Center CSIC, an associated professor at the University of Sevilla. His research focused on the study of biological diversity from both ecological and evolutionary perspectives, how ecological interactions make up complex ecological systems. He authored more than 300 scientific papers and 3 books. Since 2000, he is an external professor at São Paulo State University, at Rio Claro, our university, and University of Campinas in Brazil. And he also has been our host using the Frontier Without Borders program from CNPq. He shared the area of environmental science and technologies at the State Research Agency in Spain, and he has shared the steering grants panel at the European Research Council and several times in 2012 to 2016, and vice chair from 2008 to 2011. And also you got a prize this year from the Spanish Academy of Science. So it's now our pleasure to have Pedro. Pedro, thank you so much for coming. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Patricia and Marta, for inviting me to this nice and very needed, much needed meeting, and also thank you to FAPESP for setting up this event that is, I think, is quite interesting and much needed because of the added value that scientific collaboration has for our 2 countries. And also thank you to the Universidad Complutense for hosting this event. So what I want to do today is just to show a very personal overview of my experience in scientific collaboration with different research groups in Brazil, and what are the lessons that we can extract for the future. So very briefly, I'll briefly overview this story of collaboration. 20 years now, collaborating with different research groups for Brazil, that for me has been has an enormous impact in my professional life and in my personal life. Then I briefly overview some of the mainframe concepts that structure our collaborative research with Brazilian groups, and then I'll give finally some brief thoughts on what to expect in the future, what are the perspectives open for mainstream ecological research in Brazil and also in Spain. So my collaboration started 24 years ago, especially with Professor Mauro Galetti at UNESP and Marco Aurelio Piso at the University of Campinas. And my collaboration extended to the University of Sao Paulo, supervising other PhD students there that now are established professors, like Professor Paulo Guimarães at the Ecology Department, and also a close collaboration with Unicampi, with the University of Campinas. And then the different lines that we have been exploring there have been doing research on plant-animal interactions, on especially seed dispersal by frugivorous animals, but then extending all that to any other type of interactions between animals and plants, including mycorrhizae, including plant pollinator interactions, including herbivores, etc. And then we have been interested in two main things. One thing is exploring, quantifying, enumerating, inventorying the biodiversity of interactions, not so much species, by the richness of ecological interactions that live in those beautiful ecosystems, but also then step up and document what are the consequences of interaction extinction. We are not so much interested on the consequences of the extinction of a specific species by the loss of the interactions and the loss of the functional the functions that those animals perform. And we do that within the very general framework of complex network theory. So in the last 25 years, very much of my research have been focusing on bringing concepts from topology in mathematics and from statistical mechanics in physics to apply to ecosystems and then to understand how those complex networks of interactions evolve. So most of my research our research in the lab is based on field sites in southern peninsular Spain, and then more recently in the Canary Islands, especially in Gran Canaria Islands and Tenerife Islands. And then most of my collaboration with Brazil has been taking place in the rainforest of the Mata Atlântica rainforest, and also some collaborations also involving field work in the Pantanal. So our main focus have been, as I have said, what is the relevance of biotic interactions? There is no single species on Earth that lives without interacting with other species. And those interactions are the framework by which that support the lives of those species on Earth. But not only that, they also support crucial ecological functions that scale up at the dynamics of the whole ecosystems. So we have been interested in examining the evolutionary ecology, the coevolution of plant-animal mutualisms, where plants and animals benefit each other through their interactions. We have been focusing on dispersal processes that involve the movement of pollen among plants, the pollination ecology, but also the seed dispersal ecology, the dispersal of seeds by animals, which is fundamental for the natural recruitment of the forest. So the whole natural forest regeneration depends on that activity. And then what are the consequences of losing those interactions and then using complex network theory to frame our hypothesis and then bring the technological analysis to test those hypotheses. So interactions among species are just simply encounters among individuals of different species that occur in natural ecosystems, like those interactions between frugivorous animals seeking fleshy fruits of plants and then taking advantage of the flesh for their own food, and then providing a dispersal service of the plant, actually seeding the forest with the seeds when they disperse the seeds on the forest ground. And then when we assemble all those interactions, what we get is highly complex of mutual dependencies between the animal species that exists in a particular ecosystem and the plant species that provide this food. And this is the complex network of mutualistic dependencies between frugivorous animals here in red, and then fleshy-fruited plant species that Professor Wesley Silva and collaborators studied in the Intervales Park in Sao Paulo. So those complex networks are extremely important because if we lose some of those interactions and some key interactions, the whole forest may collapse. For instance, in the Mata Atlântica, up to more than 90% of the woody species are strongly dependent on frugivorous animals for the dispersal of the seeds. So if we lose the dispersal functions of the animals, then the forest will stop regenerating. This is just what we have of the Atlantic forest here. In orange is the original extension of the biome more than 500 years ago, and then it has been reduced by forest loss and fragmentation only to 12% of the original extension, and more than 80% of the remnants of these forests are fragmented areas of less than 50 hectares. So these represent huge challenges if we try to recover the functionality of those forests, and that is our mission. Why? Because if we lose those crucial components of the forest, the interactions, the mutualistic interactions between plants and animals that support the natural regeneration of the forest, what we get is a total reshuffling of the forest composition. Here, in a pristine community, we have the full coterie of animal frugivores with their dispersal service for different plant species, and here in dark blue I've highlighted what we call the hardwood species. Those are species that have more very large seeds that require the actions of very large-bodied frugivores like the toucans, the cotingids, the tapirs, some bats, the muriquis, and so on. So when we move to more deforested forests, fragmented, overhunted, what we get is a change in the plant community, where only in the final defaunated community we have lost not a random subset of the animal frugivores, but a distinct subset of the animal frugivores. In the small fragments, what we are left with is the small frugivores that are unable to disperse the hardwood species with large seeds. And that is very bad because there is a strong correlation between seed size and the ability to store carbon. So what we are documenting are serious losses of the ability of those forests to stock carbon. So carbon storage is limited not only because of the effects that we have seen brilliantly in the previous talk by Professor Gatti of those abiotic influences, but they are also biotic drivers that are altering the composition of those forests, and they are creating those sinks of those decreases in the ability of those Mata Atlântica forests to act as carbon storage. So those are simulations of different areas where we see those losses of the functions. So briefly here, in the pristine forest, we see a good proportion of and a good regeneration of the hardwood seeds, but then in the altered forest we see a substantial decrease in the CO2 ability to the ability for CO2 storage. So in the all this research over the years has been focusing and resulting in a great number of activities. And just among them, I could mention field courses. We have been for years, for decades, organizing a field course on frugivory and seed dispersal. It has an aulas part at the university, where we invite any students, undergrad or graduate student, to come to and attend the aulas, and then practical periods in the field, doing different projects. So far we had more than 250 students in the field part, and more than 700 students attending to the aulas at the university. We have been involved also in postgraduação and also in the Ciencias Sem Fronteiras program, and also supervising different theses, and from many years ago, and many of the people that you see here as students are now established professors in different universities in Sao Paulo state. So this is really nice, and this has to do, just to finish on a personal view on Brazilian ecological research. This has to do with the development of mainstream ecological research in Brazil that I've been witnessing for 24 years. Among the first, but to me, this is not so much important. What is important is see the pattern here. So with just a little more of support, not a huge amount of increase in the level of funding, we can put many different areas, many research areas well above the visibility average at an international level. So for instance here, just in terms of impact or visibility, you can, impact or visibility, again, you can see here very high ranking. So this is the result not of the quality of the research groups that have been collaborating from Spain with Brazil, and not of the quality of the group, of the Brazilian groups involved in those collaborations. It is the result, as the physics says, is an emergent property of the collaboration itself. So for the future, what we need, I think, is a clear funding strategy that looks at those particular aspects. And then a thing that I name academic robustness. What is that? That is the ability of our institutions to do this role of umbrella to the research groups.
Thank you very much, Pedro. And now we are going to invite Professor Henrique Andivia, que es un placer conocerlo, and Professor Henrique. During his postdoctoral stage, he worked in the Mendel University in Brno, Czech Republic in 2012-2013, and at the Earth and Life Institute at Belgium, Marie Curie Fellow from 2013 to 2015. After his experience abroad, he came back to Spain, first as a Juan de la Cierva postdoc fellow at the University of Acatá, up to 2018, and then as a senior postdoc at Complutense University and in Madrid, up to 2021. He has also visited the National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment in France and the University of Florence in Italy. His research is focused on understanding the structural and functional response of forest ecosystems to global change, drivers, and at different spatial and temporal scales, with a special focus on providing scientifically based knowledge and know-how for the implementation of forest management and restoration strategies for climate change adaptation and mitigation. Dr. Henrique, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for accepting our invitation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't know if I can use this mic.
Yes.
I prefer to use it. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, I think so. So thank you very much for inviting me to talk in front of you, and also thank you very much to FAPESP for organizing this very interesting meeting. I'm going to talk about forest restoration and more specifically about its role in climate change mitigation. Just one slide to say how important forest ecosystems are. Forests harbor around 2/3 of the world biodiversity, terrestrial biodiversity, and they also provide multiple key ecosystem services for human well-being. Around 1.5 billion people depend on forests for their livelihoods, and of these, around 300 million live very close or within forests and depend completely on forests for their subsistence. Despite its importance, forest area has decreased around 2% over the last 3 decades. And the main reason for this deforestation is unsustainable forest uses and also the conversion of many primary forests into crops. But we need to understand that this process have 2 different sides, because deforestation occurs at the same time of forest expansion. But the point is that at global level, the net balance between deforestation and forest gain is negative. But if we analyze this net balance at the local scale, or we have an overview of what is happening in the globe, we can see that there are some areas in which this balance is negative, and there are some areas in which forests are expanding. As you may know, most of the deforestation occurs in tropical forests in South America and Asia, while in Europe we are increasing our forest area. And of course, these 2 processes are connected. As you can see in this graph in the left, the amount of forest area that has increased in euros over the last 2 decades almost match the area, the deforested area linked to forest imports to Europe. So in other words, we are reducing our impact in our forests here in Europe by increasing and by importing wood and also animal feed from other regions, and thus contributing to deforestation in these regions. So anyway, with this in mind, I'm going to talk about the importance of forest restoration. So I would like to say that there is a huge opportunity for forest restoration. Around 2 billion hectares, that it's almost the surface of South America, are degraded areas that can be restored and can be restored into forests. There are other studies that say that we can also convert around 900 million hectares of non-forested areas into forests, but as we will see later, converting non-forested area into forests is not always a good option for biodiversity. One thing that we need to understand is that all these secondary forests that came from all these forest restoration initiatives, they will evolve in unprecedented conditions linked to global change. The conditions in which they will evolve are not the same condition as primary forests evolved in the past. So when we designed a forest restoration initiative, sometimes we are thinking on trying to convert these secondary forests into our reference ecosystem and into our primary forest. But maybe we should help these secondary forests to be more resilient to these new conditions. And this is especially important considering that forests are facing a new disturbances regimes. So there are like 2 processes that we have to address. The first one is to restore degraded areas, okay? And the second one is to adapt our existing forests to the new conditions. And here is where ecosystem restoration framework plays a key role, because ecosystem restoration framework take into consideration not only the restoration of degraded lands, the recovery of degraded lands, but also all this management action of all these initiatives oriented to increase the functionality of our ecosystem, our existing ecosystems. Coming back to the title of the talk, what is the importance of forest restoration for climate change mitigation? So there are some studies that estimate that if we restore these 2 billion hectares, we will be able to sequester, to capture around 1/3 of annual anthropogenic CO2 emission into the atmosphere. But all these forest restoration initiatives, they are coming for tree planting initiatives. So tree plantation, revegetation will play a key role in this restoration effort. But I want to show you in the following slide that tree planting has to be carefully planned, okay? Because for example, if we planting trees in northern altitudes, we will be contributing to climate warming by reducing albedo, but also we will increase the likelihood of forest fire that will emit more carbon into the atmosphere. Another important thing that we have to take into account when designing forest restoration initiative is to design this initiative taking into consideration the disturbance regimes of the ecosystem. For example, if we are not considering fires, we can be planting, instead of planting future forests, we will be planting future fires. And also, we had to see another negative feedback with other ecosystem services. For example, there are many studies that point that increasing the forest area through tree planting maybe have a negative impact on water availability for agriculture, but also for human consumption. And regarding biodiversity, if I show you this landscape, maybe many of you will consider that this is a degraded area, a degraded landscape. And if it's a degraded landscape, we can say, okay, we will restore it and we will plant in trees. But recent studies has showed that many landscapes like these dry lands, they have even more plant diversity than temperate forests. So if we plant forest restoration initiative in this kind of ecosystem, we will contribute into biodiversity loss. But what about our existing forests? We know that forest restoration has the potential to sequester carbon and thus contributing to climate change mitigation. But the potential of carbon sequestration in our existing forests is higher if we increase the functionality of our ecosystem. If we manage our existing forests to increase its functionality and adapt them to climate change, we have the potential to sequester more carbon than if we restore all the degraded area that I showed you before. But how can we do that? How can we increase the functionality of our forest ecosystem, but also adapt them to new disturbance regimes? So as ecologists, we know that there is a positive relationship between biodiversity, productivity, and stability in ecosystems. So preserving biodiversity in our forest ecosystem is key to increase the functionality, increase the capacity of carbon sequestration, while reducing the vulnerability to many of the disturbances linked to global change, like droughts, extreme droughts, pests, etc. But also, if we increase the biodiversity in our forest ecosystem, but also we plan it forest restoration initiative taking into consideration biodiversity, we will also contribute to a higher level of multiple ecosystem services, which we call it multifunctionality. So preserving biodiversity has the potential to increase the capacity of our forest ecosystem to store carbon, mitigate climate change, but also we will have forests that are less susceptible to many of the disturbances linked to climate change. So just take-home message or topics that we can work on. We had to work on together in policies that if we implemented forest restoration and conservation initiative at regional level, this cannot be implementing at the expense of increasing human pressure over forests in other regions. Of course, forest restoration should carefully plan it, taking into consideration many things related to the ecosystem that we want to restore. Forest restoration can greatly contribute to climate change, but it's not a silver bullet, okay? They have to be linked to policies related to reduce our emissions, our CO2 emissions. And also, maybe the more positive message is that if we manage existing ecosystems for increasing multifunctionality and reducing its vulnerability to climate change, this can contribute more efficiently to climate change mitigation than restoring many of the degraded areas or many of these areas that we consider that are degraded. So yes, for finishing, I would like to highlight that I'm part of the Ecology, Global Chain and Ecosystem Restoration Group here in Universidad Complutense de Madrid. We are one of the biggest group in our faculty, in the Faculty of Biological Science, and we have some ongoing projects dealing with all these aspects. We have projects leading with how to adapt our forest ecosystem to extreme drought, which is a hot topic considering the previous talk about extreme drought impacts on Amazonia and so on. And also, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce all of you a new bachelor program that we will launch next year. It's the Joint Bachelor Program in Sustainability. It's launched within the Una Europa Alliance, which is an alliance of 8 different universities. So it's very interesting program because the students will have mobility around all these 8 universities in Europe. And I think that it's also a great opportunity for bringing students from other parts of the world. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for this really nice overview on forest restoration. And now we have our last speaker of the session, Patricia Morellato.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the speakers. I think I'll talk here. Está ligado? Tá? Okay. I think I'll talk here, so I don't move too much. And I think I will try to close up this session by bringing some ideas. The first part will be I'll talk about a little bit what is the status of biodiversity and climatic change research. The second one is about our experience, focus on our new Center for Research on Biodiversity, Dynamics and Climatic Change. And finally, I will give some more input on the science on Latin America and in biodiversity and how it's. I think I was very helped by Pedro and also by Henrique now and by all speakers to draw this attention and maybe convincing FAPESP that I think they don't need more convincing, but I think it would be very successful to have many calls, joint calls between Spain and Brazil. So we know that as a background that biodiversity is for United Nations, biodiversity is our strongest natural defense against climate change. But this has been different, this research has been carried out by groups that go in research separately. The people from climate does not work much with people from biodiversity. And we have very important reports like the IPCC, the International Panel for Climatic Change, which started after the conference in 1992 in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, and it's going to make this 70 report, and it also converted in the COP 29 in this year, and it will be the COP 30 in Brazil next year. And then we have the IPBS, this is International Panel for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, And this panel is about and understand the status of biodiversity, what they offer for human well-being, which is, say, ecosystem services. But these two sciences need to be merged so we can understand how one can help another in terms of halting biodiversity loss, and also understand how we can deal with climatic change. Because climate change needs, we don't have to have deforestation, we have to stop deforestation, we have to restore, like Henrique said, but all this converges to maintain biodiversity and have this critical asset of necessary nature-based solution to reach these goals of no warming more and preserve, to give us so much health and well-being. If we think about the copy to study and give responses, not just the scientific response we like, but also to the society. We have this center where we're addressing these problems of biodiversity and climatic change, and we have 3 points that is to address. Is a species resilient? Is this species able to adapt to climate change? Or is this species and their relationships with other species going extinct? This line of research can address any of the sustainable development goals, and all this research will result in improving human well-being, because what we are seeing with loss, biodiversity loss and climatic change is a loss and reduce the human well-being. This is the work packs of our approach to understand biodiversity and climatic change. So we have synthesis and big data aiming to compile and synthesize biodiversity information, combining data from monitoring networks, and draw and filling the lack of empirical knowledge and impacts of climatic change and tropical biodiversity. We are using all the next generation natural history tools, not just to focus on distribution of genetic, phylogenetic, and taxonomic diversity, but also understand what are the genetic profile of species that resist to, let's say, to extreme drought, or what are the effects of the anthropogenic changes on the organisms, like insumos and agriculture. I will not need to talk much about the spectrum dimensions of biodiversity, which is mostly focused on organism interactions, plant interactions, plant-animal, species interactions, and Pedro has illustrated that well. And then we work with microbiome for sustainable solutions. In this field, we go through innovation and dissemination, which I think is very important. We have to make people learn about innovation and dissemination, and this is an example on how we use microbiome to innovation, also based on a strong science. We try to understand if ants cultivate fungus and grow stronger plants on their nests, we can maybe use this same fungus to build strong agriculture plants in the future. We also collaborate in Spain with general questions in synthesis on biodiversity and their evolution and megadiversity synthesis, like Mediterranean vegetation and rupestre grasslands in Brazil. We studied effects of climatic change on phenology, not in megadiverse vegetations in Brazil, and also in Mediterranean vegetation, and the changes are different because these vegetations are very diverse. We study plant-animal interactions and pollination, but our cultivating is very important networking, developing initiatives for monitoring the networks and collecting data in large spatial and temporal scales. This is a network of phenocams that was taking digital photographies of vegetation and monitoring their changes over time. We are now, I understand the effects of, like, say, extreme events. We expanded these monitoring systems for a comparison of seasonally dry environments. This is also a project funded by FAPESP. It's called the Pheno Change that has just finished. And we are now understanding 4 countries in Africa and Brazil with what has happened with our dry vegetation sites. And so we have some few results showing this comparison, which is amazing to see. And we also building a global network to observe one species that is flag species that people love, what they call blue jacaranda, we call purple, but they call blue. And we go from China to Brazil and different states and countries. And this is, I'm not going to talk more because Pedro has brilliantly explained to you this part. And also we have big experiments that can foment collaboration. And when we think about this recent report on biodiversity research, we can see that biodiversity research has high scientific impact globally. So research published on biodiversity has more impact than other researches published elsewhere. So they are published more, they have more visibility. The second point that is very important is that high relative activity across Latin America. Latin America publishes substantially more about biodiversity relative to all the other research they publish. The other point that I would like to make is that biodiversity research has an impact in policy worldwide. What this means that it's very difficult to see research impact policy, public policies. And biodiversity research have this impact. So we have that about 8% of biodiversity research is cited in policy documents. And this is very important. This is our research impacting policymaker, impacting the community, impacting the society, which is close to the global average of 10% for biodiversity research. It's substantially higher than the 3.5% of all research out of Latin America cited in policy documents. So we need more funding because with the little funding, that's very good funding. I'm not saying that little funding, but with funding we have so far, we have a lot of impact. And finally, I would like to highlight that the significant contribution from university from Brazil. From this report from Elsevier, that has just been released, from the third most topic prolific Latin American university, 20 are from Brazil. And from the top 5, 3 are the 3 state universities from São Paulo, USP, Unesp, and Unicamp. So we in a very good position. And just to close up, I know that I have to stop to talk. If we look at this other, is a continuing this very same report, we see that Spain is the third most prolific international partner for Brazil. But if we make a relative, you can do this in your head, US, the size of US, the size of UK, several countries in Spain. And if we make this relatively, Spain is our largest contribution in science. If we put this in proportion of the population or the scientific population in Spain. So I hope we move on in this aspect. I think we have a lot to thinking about how we should improve the collaboration and the funding on science and the network of funding for Latin America, of course, for Brazil, and for international collaboration. And I forgot to say that Europe is the largest collaboration in collaborators in biodiversity research. And I think that's it. I thank you very much for you. I could see you if you like phenology in Brazil next in mid of 2025. And thank you so much. I would like here to stress and thank you from my behalf and from Marta's behalf the opportunity that FAPESP gave to us to organize this session and bring these brilliant people to talk about science and biodiversity and climatic change. Thank you so much. So, pode chamar? Eu gostaria então que I would like to have the speakers here and at the table to receive the questions, please. Can you sit here?
One of you is going to take a seat here. Just one of you. Just one. I have one.
You can see it. Okay, you're sitting here again. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a chair?
Acho que tá faltando aqui. Pronto, tem banquinho aqui, ó. Tem banquinho.
Aqui eu fico com a marca. Mas, não, senta aqui. Eu fico com a marca.
You can use this.
Oh, there is another China.
Okay, so the floor is open for questions. Yes.
Thank you for the great presentations. It was very nice to see, learn a little bit more about biodiversity, importance, and our society and the current status of that in our world. My question first is for the first presenter. I forgot your name. Sorry, Professor.
The first.
Yeah,
speaker?
yeah.
Oh,
It's for you first, please. It is about the. You say the risk for disaster is sent to the civil defense, and then they can manage the problems before happen, right? Don't you think it would make more sense maybe if you have like local offices in the mega cities to do the work you do in your group, because maybe you could connect more directly to the civil defense if you have like more local offices to reduce lead time, because we know that lead time from planning to action sometimes it takes too long. And that's why I'm asking if you think it makes sense. I don't know. This is a question for you, and for everybody. Another question is if you have heard about biodiversity credits. That is something based more or less on the carbon credits, and if you agree with this kind of approach and trying to monetize biodiversity, it makes sense or not. It's more open question. Thank you.
Can you
Well, I think it makes sense, but the problem is CEMADEN is from the federal government, so we have a main location in there. We don't have state locations because the governance of disasters from the federal government and the states are different. We have in the states the civil defense, you see, particularly in the big capitals like Florianopolis, São Paulo, Rio, but others, they don't have it. For instance, in Rio Grande do Sul, they don't have it. They have a private company issuing weather forecast and climate forecast. So they are working for resilience. But the problem we have so far is the perception of disaster, because we have this lack of perception from technicians or people from the civil defense, which actually are basically political appointments. They are not trained appointments. And then from the population. I mean, the population dies because sometimes they don't want to leave the houses because they say it never happened before and it happens. You see, so in terms of disasters, to make it more clear, we have at CEMADEN, and we need something, the participation of the social scientists, because that's the only way we can convince people not to leave. You see, because people die, they get the alerts, but they want to stay at home. And sometimes people, when they want to move outside, it's too late. So it's a major problem of perception. That's even for the population and also for the civil defense. I mean, unfortunately, that's the governance law of disasters. Because if CEMADEN issues the forecast for the population, it may create panic, and that will be even worse.
Do you want to talk? Oh, I think the second question is about biodiversity credits, with carbon credits. I have some doubt about that, because we have ecosystem services, and specifying nature, for one side is good, because show the value of nature, but I think there is a many intangible value of nature, the well-being, that is difficult to specify. And so I think in the conference of biodiversity, this last conference, this was also discussed. And maybe it's going to come up, but maybe it's a way to pressure on getting money to conserve biodiversity. But sometimes when you use too much, it's like, maybe like Henrique said, that if you don't stick in putting trees that you are going to remove afterwards, or if you're going to explore too much, that's why monoculture of trees is not reforestation, ecological restoration for me. Because this is going to cut off and are going to send carbon back to the atmosphere at some point. So I think we need to talk a little bit more then. And then I think it's just to wrap up, for my point of view, what we need is education. education on climatic change, education on carbon markets, on any market and on biodiversity value. Because I think some of the values are not tangible values that can be directly perceived. Maybe they are priceless, but anyway, I think we have to grow a little bit on these ideas.
Just to add a bit about the second questions on biodiversity values, I think that the main problem here is that we are equating biodiversity elements with resources, and they are not resources. Resources can be monetized, but biodiversity elements, species, ecological services are goods. A good can be monetized. Museo del Prado is a good that we share as in Spain, with Europe, with the world. Can you monetize Museo del Prado? No, because it is not a resource, it is a good. So we need to change this paradigm, and then maybe you can find the value of a Jacutinga or the value of an Iberian lynx, but that would be a serious underestimate of the real monetary value, because it will automatically underestimate the indirect effects, the chain of indirect effects that those species have in their communities, in their ecosystems.
And since they have much value, they start to be the target of people that want to have more and more, and then the people that don't have will have less. You know, it's an unfair world. So I think this is a good for share. I agree with Pedro.
I'd like to make a comment about carbon credit. There is a philosophical problem, because when you have a carbon credit, suppose you have a reduction and then you can emit more. But nature always is there. And then if you just pay to conserve an ecosystem, the nature was there. This can mean that who will get this credit will, in the reality, put more carbon in the atmosphere because there is no new carbon sink. The carbon sink includes reducing. I imagine what's happening in Amazon is happening everywhere. Included ocean scientists comment to me, ocean ambient degraded also is becoming a carbon source. Then we need to think on this and change the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Me again, Antonio Salav, University of São Paulo. I'd like you to comment something about the issue of data infrastructure, and long-term funding. My whole life I've been working on computing applied to many things, agriculture, biodiversity, for instance. I've been working with Pedro on data standardization. And from my experience, our life at university is limited, right? What happens when we leave university? And even before that, what happens with our systems, that sometimes the students go out and the systems go out and the databases disappear. So what do you think about that? Should the universities be the ones to maintain those systems? Should that be kind of centralized in like state or federal or whatever systems? I'm thinking of long-term archival and disponibility of data.
I think just to give a tip, that I think we need some state funding on that, to maybe to have this long-term resilience of this data bank. And then it has to be in a place that everyone can, like a museum. Everyone can, we need curators for all this data. But also we need to know how to organize that in a very resilient way. But this is something that I'm suffering with my big data, and with the big data we want to build up. So I think we need help, and we need institutionalize the data banks in some way. I don't know what would be the model. We could study that. Let us dedicate to that, because we need this data to argue with politicians, to make better public policies. But if that's not organized and usable, we are going to lose some important information. It's like a collection that is burned.
So we see this very much when a museum burning, like in Brazil or in the cathedral in France that burned. But the data, people do not see that much, but it's very important. So we need an official way to do, even though we are obligated to deposit, to put this data in somewhere that is available for public use. So if they are demanding this for us, they have to show us where we want me to put our data, where we put our legacy data sets. That is so important to understand climatic change, let's say. So I think we need to think more about that.
Yes, absolutely. And those are complex questions. At least you posed two. One is the funding for long-term research that poses many different problems, from the strategy of design to the funding to the reach of the and all that, and then the data. And I think there my brief answer to your question would be that, to me, institutions, academic institutions and scientific institutions are absolutely crucial for this information. Why? Because they provide the guarantee for free access to this information, for the free sharing of information, so that crucial information would not be monopolized by some particular interest. So, but there are many, many different derivatives of the huge problem of information, because with those automatical data gathering technologies that we have now, radar, environmental DNA, there are tons, zillions, terabytes of information that need to be stored. And also those storage systems require also green strategies to reduce the impact of water and energy use. And so I think our academic institutions have real challenges ahead to deal with all this, especially taking into account the development of artificial intelligence that is kind of an umbrella above all those data repositories.
I will not speak about finance because it's danger. Could it be back for me? But let me talk about the Amazon region. It's very clear for the work that you do in INPE and many other universities about the role of human action in Amazon. The difference between the West and the East is very clear. But let me ask you now, when the temperature is increased to 1.5 degrees above the median, what changed? Because this feedback about the increase of temperature and the increase of the CO2 in the atmosphere change the nature of the rainforest. It could be a feedback that could be worse than only the human action, because this is a question that always we are talking about with this new situation of the rainforest. Luciana, it's for you, but Marengo and Patricia, they also know the answers.
Yeah. We always saw that this kind of stress will have a big impact in Amazon. But when we look at the last government where deforestation was freely authorized in practice, the emission was so strong, and we don't see climate variability in the data. And then come this understanding that the impact is much stronger. And 2003, I saw that will be a huge emission because it was really very drought in Amazon, but the nature showed us that it was not. But 2004 will be a very big emission, but who put fire in Amazon? Unfortunately, the Amazon humanity that is there deforesting and using fire as deforestation, because now the forests are so drought during this period that have less humidity in the forest. But again, we will see a confirmation of this hypothesis because it's a human action. And this is very, how is the hopiness? Because this can means we can do some. It's just reduce human action and make a huge effort in restore forest.
But let me ask you, if you would do all the things that you need to do, we stop deforestation, the climate change could be affecting the rainforest by
No,
itself?
no.
Maybe
If
less.
we just stop deforestation, you know, it's like the snowball following the mountain with snow. If we just stop deforestation now, we still have the ecosystem go down. We need to make a huge effort in restore because we lose more foresting than it was healthy for the climate system in Brazil. This is sure. When I put together death per year, and we can see the coincidence. Until 2018, the death from the water disaster, it was around between 60 and 7. 2019, increased to 300. In 2022, the last year of Bolsonaro, 500. And then we have a decrease in deforestation, but the death increased for 600 in 2023. The ball is falling. We need to make an action to restore. Just, you know, it's don't make any sense. The science say that deforestation 0 until 2030 can help us. Today, will not help us. The science needed to give this message clearly. If you don't restore an important amount, the ball will continue to fall, unfortunately.
Do you want to just a short and then we wrap
Yes,
up?
well, the problem is even with, if you stop deforestation, if you stop the emissions of CO2, the atmosphere will still keep warming. Perhaps less, but the impacts will be there. So anything we take in terms of mitigation, you will not see the effects immediately. You will see the effects in the next decades. You see, we usually is not the scale of the politicians. Politicians want to see results in 4 years because we have the drought in 2023. Now in 2024, at this time it should be the beginning of the rainy season, which actually has not started. So the possibilities of another drought in the austral summer of 2025 are very high, which it means fight again CO2, and the human actions may, I would say, increase in terms of the possibility of fuel material, but whatever is left from the previous droughts will burn later on. It is natural climate variability, but there are some studies that show that anthropogenic signal is there, so it's making even worse. With this combination of droughts and heat waves, for instance, like it happened in 2023 and 2024. Those are, I don't say those are new phenomena. It's just people used to work only with drought. But the problem is the combination of drought with heat waves. And 2023 and 2024 are good examples of this kind of compound events.
Thank you very much. We have to wrap up, so thank you so much to all the speakers in the session. It was really inspiring, and for sure we need more collaboration between climate change and biodiversity. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, each one of you, for coming here and talk and accept our invitation. Thank you very much.
Que na Amazônia se usa o dobro de área de pastagem, a maior parte da pastagem brasileira está dentro da Amazônia hoje. Vamos. Isso é porque eu parei de comer carne bovina.
Hello, hello. We have one more last session, one speaker session, but also a very important session. My name is Ana Yokozawa. I am Deputy Manager for Collaborations in Research at FAPESP. And I would like to present Mr. Rafael Anderi. Rafael is going to speak a little bit and to present to you a very important initiative called Amazonia Plus 10 initiative, in which FAPESP plays a role. And he will showcase how to successfully build up and coordinate a coalition, a consortium of so many stakeholders. I mean, state-level funding agencies, federal-level funding agencies, international collaboration, non-academic stakeholders. And I will just present Rafael. He's graduated in law from the University of São Paulo and holds a master's degree in international relations. He served as a special advisor for science, technology, and innovation at the Secretariat of Economic Development of the state of São Paulo, later working as the Undersecretary for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And since 2022, has been the Executive Secretary of the Amazonia Plus 10 initiative, a coalition of 33 funding partners that support and finance the transition to a sustainable development model for the Amazon through science, technology, and innovation. So, Rafa, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Ana. Thank you all. Good afternoon. I'm very aware that I'm the last speaker in the last session, so I'll try to keep it brief. And I have to confess, I'm a little bit nervous for following such an excellent panel on biodiversity and climate change. As you've heard, I'm no scientist, I'm merely a bureaucrat. A nice one, not a mean one, but still a bureaucrat. So I will not be talking about science making in the Amazon, but rather about how to support and fund science making in the Amazon, particularly showcasing the Amazon Plus 10 initiative. So first and foremost, I think it is important to bring some context in which was the scenario that prompted the creation of the Amazon Plus 10 initiative. As many of you know, the legal Amazon is a huge region in Brazil. It encompasses almost 60% of the national territory. It is inhabited by almost 30 million people, and it is also home to about 120 billion tons of carbon dioxide. Luciana can correct me if this is already, it's not updated to the latest publications. And only in 2024, more than 45,000 square kilometers of native Amazon forests were destroyed. This is the highest rate of forest fires in the last 15 years. Of course, the problems that Amazon the Amazon rainforest face regarding its preservation and conservation are much more complex than this, as we've just seen it. But this is merely an example of how, if you can put two and two together, you will surely notice that the preservation of the Amazon is one of humanity's biggest and most complex problems. And of course, the scientific community can put two and two together. So global scientific production on the Amazon has increased exponentially over the last 40 years. But this does not necessarily reflect in science and technology which is produced from within the Amazon. So when you compare many parameters and scientific parameters of the Amazon region with other regions in Brazil, you can see that it is a region with a lower rate of masters and PhDs, a lower production of patents, lowest share of science and technology expenditures amongst the Brazilian regions, and the lowest rate of employment contracts with technical scientific occupations. Adding to this, from 2015 onwards, we had a decrease on federal spending on science and technology. This is particularly preoccupying for Amazonian states and institutions because the share of STNI financing in the Amazon is highly dependent on federal expenditure, with the exception of the state of Amazonas. All of them have more than 50%. Some of them used to have 100% of the expenditure coming from federal funds rather than state ones. So this was the scenario that prompted FAPESP to provoke its Amazonian counterparts. This means the state agencies that are based in the Amazon, such as FAPESP. You have FAPESPA from Pará, FAPEAM from Amazonas, and so on, to create an initiative in which we could put together our funds to support the production of science and technology, not only about the Amazon, but with the participation of Amazonian scientists and institutions. The proposal was very well received, actually, and we quickly could found our mission, which is to support and fund the transition to a model of sustainable development for the Amazon through science, technology, and innovation. Shortly after, we already had 25 different state research support foundations from across Brazil, which joined the initiative. This was like a month or some weeks after we've launched the initiative formally. But then there is something that I think I should tell you. Of course, FAPESP is no stranger to funding research about the Amazon. As you've seen in the last panel, FAPESP had made great investments in better understanding and expanding our knowledge regarding the Amazon rainforest for the past 20 or 25 years. It made significant impact in research regarding the physics of climate change, carbon stocking, or satellite surveillance. But when we approached our counterparts in the Amazonian region, they've told us, all right, we would like very much to partner with FAPESP, of course, but we feel that this particular initiative should have an approach which mainly focus on below the dome of the forest, rather from above. This means research that has impact on the inhabitants of the Amazon, on its populations, and it can generate economic and social impact with its results. And this reflects in many of the specific objectives of the initiative, which is to mobilize local researchers and involve local actors of the region in the production and in the results of those researchers. So we've divided our work amongst 6 different lines of actions. First one, challenges for the Amazon, calls for projects, scientific expeditions, infrastructure modernization and mobility program, and scientific communication and dissemination. We've launched our first call, nowadays, after 2022, when it was launched, nowadays we already have 33 funding partners. This involves not only the state research support agencies, but also the federal government, some international agencies, and some non-necessarily scientific stakeholders, such as the IADB, the Inter-American Development Bank. We've already mobilized almost 150 million reais in 18 months, and we are currently funding 69 projects altogether. In our first call, which was launched in 2022, we were able to finance 39 projects with a total financing amount of about 42 million reais. This was pretty much an open call, focusing on curiosity-driven research. So the thematics were pretty open, and our main intention over here was to understand which were the networks of researchers from Amazon that already existed and worked with counterparts from another states, to foster the creation of new networks, of course, and to quickly inject some funding for research in the region. This was a moment when federal expenditure was in a particularly low rate, so it was necessary to move quickly. Last year, we've launched the scientific expeditions call. It was our second big call. It was aimed at funding research expeditions to document social biodiversity and its links with society in the Brazilian Amazon. We've launched this because it was really important to have some specific funding designed to support field work within the Amazon. The logistic costs to work in the Amazon are really high, so mainly of research which is linked to social biodiversity and the expansion of its knowledge is done nearby big cities or nearby scientific institutions or alongside riverbeds. So with projects focused on logistic costs and such, we could expand our knowledge for farthest regions within the forest and to explore also new taxidermia as well. We were able to put together 24 funding agencies. For this call, we had a big participation of the federal agency, the CNPq as well, which we did not have in our first call. And we put together a total financing amount of about 94 million reais. The final results, we've already published the preliminary results. The final results will probably be published by tomorrow or Monday, and we will be able to fund another 22 projects within this particular call. This was the first call in which we had international participation. We did not attempt for international participation in our first call because we were really not sure on how, on if it was going really to work. So at the second step of our program, we felt a little bit more confident to outreach for international partners. So we had the participation of the UK via the UKRI and the British Council, Switzerland via the SNSF, and Germany via the BILATS, which is a regional agency for the Bayern region. For next year, our main goal is, and our big project, it will be the challenges for the Amazon. This is an initiative with a mission-oriented innovation approach. So the idea here is to address concrete challenges in the production chains of the bioeconomy in the Brazilian Amazon, supporting multidisciplinary projects from research and innovation, and those projects have to be led by consortia formed by companies, research and innovation institutions of the legal Amazon, and local communities. Not necessarily 3 of them, but at least the scientific institutions and one of or other of those partners. So this is the idea in which the consortias will work together. Those are some examples of challenges. Of course, we are still trying to identify them. We have a team that is specifically taking care of this, but so to give you some examples, you can have challenges for the size supply chain and the floodplain ecosystem, small-scale forest reforestation focusing on family farmers, babaçu supply chain, cocoa production and agroecological transition for family farming, and so on. This is an example of how one of these challenges would appear in a call for projects. So you would have a main challenge over there, 3 missions in which we divided those challenges. How can we overcome this challenge? We have to take care of these 3 particular missions and then the target audiences that are able to solve those missions. I think it is kind of okay. Working on this, we have a team from the IADB, the Inter-American Development Bank. We have currently 3 consultants which are working on identifying those concrete challenges and writing them up for us so we can launch a call next year. We will also have another 9 consultants which will be based, each one of them, in a different state from the legal Amazon. They will be working directly with the state agencies from the Amazonian states to help us not only identifying those challenges, but also to monitor the results of the researchers that are funded and to be act sort of project managers of those particular projects. So we'll have a total of at least 12 people working with those funding from IADB. We also, as we are in Spain, I think it is important to talk about mobility. So we have small programs focusing on mobility and fellows and workshops for scientific engagement. We've already conducted 2 of them, the first one with the British Council. We were able to fund 10 different workshops which were held within the Amazon and brought together researchers from the Amazon and from the UK to work on some themes, some strategic themes. And we also had a fellowship program in which we offered some fellowships for Amazonian researchers, especially young researchers from the Amazon region, to spend a year abroad in UK studying and conducting research in some universities. And it is currently open, a call also which was made with the Embassy of France in Brazil. This is a call for trilateral workshops which involved researchers from the Amazon, from France, and particularly from French Guiana. So this call will be open up until the 13th of December. If you would like to join, of course it is open also for researchers from São Paulo. You just have to team up with an Amazonian partner in order to do so. This is something that was talked here in the last panel. Pacheco said he wouldn't dwell into funding. I am now, but this is something that we are looking further down the road, which is to fund infrastructure. For this, you would have to have a partnership with probably some federal government agency, because those are heavy, heavy funds. But the idea here is to leverage institutions within the legal Amazon to position themselves as reference centers in biotechnology. These are some of the other partnerships that we have. Regarding Spain, I think it is important to say that for every FAPESP week that we do, and for every international relation meeting that we have within FAPESP, the Amazon Plus 10 initiative is always presented, and we are always looking to expand our international cooperation. So we are already in talks with the IAE, and the idea is that for our next call, probably not the challenges for the Amazon, but for our next scientific call, for it to be open to Spanish researchers as well. And they could be funded by IAE, for instance. This is something that we do with all of the research agencies that we came in contact within the FAPESP Weeks programs. This is the resource distribution so far in the Amazon Plus 10 initiative. As you can see, FAPESP accounts for almost 20% of the funding for the initiative, the federal government for 23%, international agencies account for almost 30% right now, and other state research agencies account for as well almost another 30%. For the next 4 years, amongst the state research agencies, we have overall budget of more than 200 million reais. The idea here is to supplement this also with funds from international agencies and from the federal government. So for each one of these big calls that we plan to launch, the idea here is to have more and more partners partnering up so we can have more impact with the funding that we offer. So I think this was it. I hope I did not exceed my time, and I'm open for questions. I don't know if we are going to have any of them right now, but my contact is over there, and you feel free to send me a message should you need anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafa. I would like to call João also upon the stage for the questions. João is a advisor for the initiative.
Thank you very much. It's independent calls, and also how is the evaluation of the proposals? Is it independent? For instance, in terms of the international contributions, do the international agencies evaluate the proposals independently? How is that organized? Thank you.
Okay, so no, it is only one call. They're not independent calls, and only one evaluation system. So what we ask for the different agencies that are involved, and this include the international ones, is that they can appoint people to be part of the ad hoc reviewer part or the scientific panel afterwards, and that they participate, of course, in a funders meeting that will decide based on the final ranking that the scientific panel puts up, which of the proposals will be funded. So this is one call, one evaluation system. The only thing that we have, of course, is that agencies must check for eligibility of the researchers if they are up for receiving funds. But handling the funds, each agency pays only for the researchers that are linked to it. So, for instance, in Spain, if IEU should participate in one of those, then it would pay for Spanish researchers, and Spanish researchers would receive only funds from AAE and report the use of these funds to them. The same goes for the agencies within Brazil. For instance, FAPESP can fund researchers from São Paulo, and they will have to be accountable for FAPESP. Money doesn't travel. Sure.
Just on that last part, do you think that is the best type of funding? I mean, that each agency is funding independently to the researchers, or that other alternatives, like having a common pot for the funds that then can directly be managed by some type of collegiate decision-making initiative could be a better option. I ask this because previous attempts to fund collaborative research on biodiversity in Europe found some limitations on the constitutional laws of each country that don't allow putting funds on a common pot that could be shared and that could be administered by an independent agency. So do you think that is the best option, or are there other models that now, because of administrative constraints, cannot be implemented?
In my opinion, a common pot would definitely be better, but it is absolutely impossible. So we do not even talk about this because, as you see, you've mentioned there are legal constraints, and those constraints are in there for a reason. Of course, as when I manage one particular program, of course I would have to like I have a common pot for myself and to distribute. Anyway, I like it, but this is not feasible, and there is a reason for it not to be feasible. I mean, there are legal restraints that are in there for a reason, and we have to follow up with them. So,
but we are always looking for this kind of money. So the Inter-American Development Bank is a resource that's applied for everybody. So it not depends for each state. We are looking for a source for infrastructure to apply in the Amazon region, but it's not money from FAPESP or by law we can finance research. We can finance research only from researchers of the state of São Paulo by law. So we can do this kind of a role. But we are always looking for, if you have some idea, they are...
and that's quite correct, because I'm referring only to research funding agencies, because this is the way in which most of them operate. But for instance, even when we have the support of federal government, like with CNPq, then these resources can be distributed, and we have some rules for it. So they can only be applied and invested in researchers and institutions that are based within the legal Amazon. So, but for instance, the IADB is some funding that is not connected to this or that particular way of spending. So this is kind of a common pot.
So just to complement on to add something on that, like, good afternoon. One of the main reasons why the initiative exists is to actually add up the total amount of money. So we cannot be sure if we had just a common pot, we would have the same amount of funds. The whole idea of and how the organization the initiative is structured is that, for instance, in this call that Rafa mentioned, the scientific expeditions call, first we went to the States and we asked how much they wanted to put. They were like, okay, we're going to put 30 million reais. And then we went to CNPq, to the federal government, and they were willing to match those funds as long as, and this was a demand that we had, the entirety of those funds were directed to researchers from the Amazon. So now this is like more money that is made available for them. And there is a calculus of proportion of this money, which is calculated on the basis of how much the states are putting as well. So they have an incentive to put more money, because then they can have more money from the federal government. So the reason why we are always looking for this kind of funds, as Professor Pacheco said, is because then we can play with this. Of course, there are these limitations, but most of what we do is trying to use these limitations in our favor, in the sense of trying to get fresh funds for the region, which otherwise would not be made available for them.
Yeah, I was simply bringing this issue because I'm convinced that we probably need much more imagination to be able to fund together, I mean, a science without borders, with no limits to the funding, to the administration of the funds, because all those are global problems. So to solve global problems, we need more than assembling particular initiatives. We need a global initiatives, and that would require more imagination on part of the administration. That was simply a reflection on that. But thank you very much.
And political will as well.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
E esses fundos que vão para a Amazônia, vocês já tentaram negociar com isso? Fundo Amazônia e como que tá? Porque tem e não tem, né? Então eu queria saber se deve ser difícil. Fiquei curiosa agora.
Yeah, we are always talking.
Sorry. I was asking about the Amazon funding, which is a reserve that comes from international funding to Amazon. It would be one pot. Okay.
We are always talking with this kind of funds, not only the Amazon Fund, but also FNDCT in Brazil. Definitely, this part of our work is to knock on those doors and keep meeting with them until something comes up. Of course, those are much more complex funds to access than, for instance, partnering up with CNPq, which is rather common for them and for us. But this is definitely in our pipeline to work with them, and we've already have been talking with some of them for quite a time now. So I think the idea is to, in the future, bring those funds to join the initiative and to fund some lines of action, or to partner with us in some of them.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. I think for infrastructure, this funding
Definitely,
would be essential, and this has more liberty to, because other funders, there's no way to apply for infrastructure, and the way I think Amazon needs.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
We agree.
Thank you very much. We ran out of time, but I would like to thank you and call the closing session. One more?
My question is about the funded projects. Always is I directly applied for solutions like a bioeconomy, or there is just to research to understand better how the ecosystem are?
No, definitely there are the ones which are only curiosity driven, and for the expansion of knowledge, many of the research that we already fund, for instance, are in health or epidemiological surveillance. This particular project of the challenges for the Amazon to be opened next year is directed at bioeconomy and social bioeconomy. But the first two calls, for instance, were not. There was not a direct relation to it.
Yeah. So thank you. Please feel free to talk to Rafa or to João afterward, and Professor Pacheco, if you want.
Let me be clear here. We can finance research about Amazon independently of the Amazon Plus 10. FAPESP always finance the researches of INPE, the University of São Paulo. We can also finance joint research projects with Spain and São Paulo researchers without Amazon Plus 10. Amazon Plus 10 is something that is new, and it's created to engage people from Amazon state. So you need to have a consortium if you research from Amazon, research for São Paulo, or don't need to have a research for São Paulo. You could have research for other states, and they finance it, the CNPq finance. And I think this is a really very good opportunity for research from Spain to join in this kind, and the agency is very open to do this in the next call.
Okay, thank you very much. We're heading to the closing remarks. Thank you.
Por esse aqui.
Do I go first, or how do we do it? Is there any protocol?
Protocol. You go first.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the end of this session. As we were mentioning yesterday, I think collaboration in research is really important, it's necessary, and we also have to be sure that this collaboration stays in a long time, I would say. No? We were saying yesterday in some presentations and today that we know we do collaborate. We were given some numbers yesterday, but I think we can do better, we can do more. No? I think in these 2 days we have given a lot of ideas to keep collaborating, so it's not because we don't have ideas, because we don't have things to do. I know funding is tricky, but we have seen also different options of funding through FAPESP, through other initiatives, as the one we have seen today about Amazon +10. So I think we just have to do it. No? We have all the contacts in the Complutense of all the people from FAPESP that I would like to thank all of them for the organization, and I just want to encourage all the researchers to keep going. I would like to finish my time here with, I'm going to copy the sentence that you just mentioned, that I love it. A science with no borders to solve global problems. Here we are. Thank you very much.
Rapidinho, porque depois só vou fazer um agradecimentinho.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Gracias, Lúcia, por sus palabras. Yo voy a hablar portuñol. Bom, lo agradeço muito a todos que participaram disso. Eu creio que há muitas coisas positivas para fazer no futuro. Nós temos, em paralelo com isso, negociações com a Agência Estatal de Investigação e com muita possibilidade de fazer não só chamadas com FAPESP, mas também o ingresso da agência em Amazon +10. So there are há boas possibilidades de fazer parcerias ou iniciativas conjuntas com a EI e FAPESP em outro tipo de investigação. O mesmo ocorre com o CEDET. As conversas são muito boas, há possibilidade de financiar startups e projetos de inovação conjuntos por FAPESP e CEDET. Eu creio que é um sucesso, há possibilidade de incrementar a cooperação. O objetivo do FAPESP Week é sempre dar um passo além na possibilidade de cooperação que já existe, pero fazer mais sobre isso. Gracias.
Okay, thank you. My Portuñol is not as good as Pacheco's Portuñol, so I would like to very much to thank you Lucia and the organization with you, Mercedes. Mas eu gostaria de lembrar aqui que, além da parte de direção da FAPESP, nós temos que agradecer o pessoal que trabalhou na organização prévia que resultou em trazer vocês para cá e trazer essa oportunidade para os nossos pesquisadores do Estado de São Paulo. Gostaria de agradecer o Isnar, Roberta, Virgínia, Ana Paula, eu vou esquecer, mas eu vou indo, Melete, quem mais? Pode falar. A Patrícia, Elton, quem mais? Eu esqueci? Não esqueci. É isso, exatamente. They deserve a very special credit, okay? And thank you, the house, the Complutense House, that I know a long time. And I would like to have another meeting here in the future. Thank you. Muito obrigado a todos. Lucia.
There are different versions. So,